ballot next fall because they know Democrats has been really good for them. Florida was not good for them in 22. So they're really hoping many of these states to get abortion measures on. But even when abortion's not on the ballot, when a case like this is out there, I live in Virginia. They just had massive elections there. And even though there was not a single abortion measure on the ballot, every ad that I saw all day long was about abortion. So they know. And if this is, in the headlines in June, probably not good for Republicans.
What's up with Christmas? Stress, relaxation? Are you ready?
I am, but, I'm going to be on tenterhooks, standing by for SCOTUS and what they do with these Trump cases over the holidays. But I do love what I do and try to take a little break in there for New Year's. What about you?
I think I'm going to take off the week in between, which I rarely do.
I like that.
Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday and the Livin' the Bream podcast.
Whooped.
Rick Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing. If you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another 10% off all of 2024. That's 12 months of savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number, 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE, 844-53-BIBLE.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Dom to your down on noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the Free Odyssey app. Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Can you imagine if a president of the United States did this today? JFK from 1962.
There is nothing more unfortunate than to have soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
JFK was ahead of his time. Tell your little chubby son to put the stinking iPad down, get out on the swing set, go out on the playground, scuff a knee, bust open your elbow, run around, sweat, get some dirt in your eyes, get off of YouTube.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the Free Odyssey app.
The caramelized onions that stole Thanksgiving. Dad's legendary BLT on rye toast. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a fully installed granite stone kitchen countertop can be yours for as little as $1,499. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again. So I'm going to give you some advice because you know I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year. And that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious. Better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for Naturally Nude pajamas. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at pajamagram.com. Tell them Rich sent you.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000-square-foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer.
By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Make it 6 straight winning sessions on Wall Street. The Dow gaining 158 points Thursday for another record close of 37,248.
Moderna stock soaring after the biotech and its partner Merck announced positive data from a mid-stage trial of their melanoma treatment. The Dow winners, Caterpillar, Goldman Sachs, and Home Depot. The Dow decliners, Amgen, United Health Group, and Microsoft.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. The Nasdaq gained 28, the S&P 500 up 12. The average long-term 30-year U.S. mortgage rate dipped below 7% to its lowest level since early August Thursday. Now it's 6.95%, according to Freddie Mac. And TikTok's billion-dollar creator fund, which paid eligible users for creating successful content, that ends tomorrow. Users will now have to enroll in a new fund, which will only pay for videos longer than 60 seconds. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The new year will bring a new club to an elementary school in Tennessee, the After School Satan Club. A first for the state, but not for the country. They're in several states already. It's a program launched by the Satanic Temple at schools where other religious clubs are already allowed to operate on campus. Though the Temple's club says they're not aiming to convert students to any religious ideology. In fact, they view Satan as a literary figure and part of a metaphorical rejection of tyranny.
We believe in individual liberty and personal autonomy. We believe in real religious liberty. And we believe in free expression.
Members have been known to rip up Bibles, but Satanic Temple founder Lucian Greaves recently told Fox News Tonight,
"We're not advocating for cruelty and inhumanity and destruction and those types of things."
He says they do think people should be shaken from superstitious notions. Greaves wouldn't talk about the after-school program because of litigation. The American Civil Liberties Union announced a settlement last month between the Satanic Temple and a Pennsylvania school district accused of discrimination for not allowing the club. A spokesperson for After School Satan Club tells Fox News Digital they only go where they're invited, and a parent requested the one in Tennessee, scheduled to begin next month at Chimney Rock Elementary Library in Memphis. School district officials say the Satanic Temple has the same legal rights to use their facilities after hours as any other nonprofit organization.
I mean, there have been groups trying to get satanic images and satanic statues up in all kinds of different places over the years.
Hans von Spakovsky, senior legal fellow for the Heritage Foundation, is also a former Justice Department attorney.
Trying to get it into the schools is probably a relatively new phenomenon, particularly the idea of forming satanic clubs within high schools and middle schools and even apparently some elementary schools.
How much does intent matter in terms of wanting to or having to, perhaps, allow something like this? And I ask that partly because the Satanic Temple says this isn't a religious thing, that their activities emphasize a scientific, a rationalist, non-superstitious worldview.
Well, that's not really the issue so much as whether or not it's an officially sanctioned activity or it's a private activity. And what I mean by that is, look, the easiest way for people to understand this is that, look, the Supreme Court has basically said the First Amendment doesn't apply to the government. Okay, when the government engages in speech, and I'll give you an example. When the government put out that theme, just say no to illegal drugs, the government wasn't required to allow private groups to use government facilities with an opposite message. So if the government's doing it, they can choose, what to say, where to say it, and when to say it. The difference is if a school, they're not sponsoring it, but they're simply making their facilities available to private groups. That's when the First Amendment comes in. So if they're going to rent out rooms, for example, at a school facilities, then they can't be choosing which groups they're going to allow to speak there. So if they're simply renting out facilities to a satanic group, they can't stop that from happening. If the satanic group, however, is saying, you have to make us part of your curriculum, that they can't force the school to do.
Where is either the dividing line or the overlap when it comes to free speech versus a potential violation of the church-state separation? How do you know it's one type of issue or the other?
Yeah, that has often been very confusing, and the line between that has kind of gone back and forth when the Supreme Court has looked at it. But what they've done in recent years is they have often looked at tradition and history. A good example of this is a case back in 2009. It was called Pleasant Grove City versus Samoom. It was a Utah case. And the lawsuit was over the fact that in a public park in Pleasant Grove, they had different kinds of monuments there, including one dedicated to the 10th commandment. And a group sued saying, well, the government can't do this. This is establishing a religion. And what the Supreme Court said was, no, you can do this. And by the way, this is a 9-0 decision. Right? This was all the conservative and liberal justices agreeing. And they said, look, the city was able to put that in for reasons of history, not necessarily religion, because the 10 Commandments had a lot of influence on the laws that were established in Utah. And so they said it was okay. So it's not always clear where that line is, but actually in recent years, the Supreme Court has more and more been bending over towards allowing local and state governments to make those kind of choices.
Well, in that 10 Commandments case is very reminiscent of a recent case involving a giant cross allowed on public land, right? That 2019 case. And didn't they kind of do the same thing where they landed on the side, or at least a majority did, that one wasn't unanimous, right? But they landed on the side of, well, this is really historic more than it is religious, even though, I mean, you can't argue against the cross. The cross is a religious symbol.
No, that's exactly right. And that was another very important case in this area that illustrates, as you just said, that they really look at tradition and history as to whether it's okay for a government to put up a religious symbol.
It's definitely nuanced, depending on the case, right? I mean, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg argued at the time in that cross case that allowing it to remain on a public highway elevates Christianity over other faiths and religion over non-religion. But these Supreme Court decisions do then have influence around the country, right? How much is it a legal issue and how much is it a legislative issue? when you have, the mixing of government buildings and religious displays or practices? Is it more legal or is it more legislative in terms of the state being in charge?
That's a difficult question, although we should mention the fact that the Supreme Court has also been extremely lenient and permissive over what legislative bodies are able to do. And, the example of that is that there have been cases in the past, for example, that have tried to say that it's somehow a violation of the First Amendment for state legislatures to open their sessions with prayers and benedictions. And the Supreme Court has very much stayed away from interfering in that. How far they will go, the Supreme Court, in restricting what state legislatures do, again, just kind of depend on the circumstances. And the key dividing line, again, the easiest way for folks to understand this is official government speech versus private speech using government facilities. And the rules there are very different.
Mm-hmm. The Satanic Temple of Iowa has put up a holiday display in the State House that did spark a free speech debate. One state representative described the legislature's current approach, though, as all or nothing. So, for instance, if they're allowing a nativity scene, then this is allowed as well. I mean, is that an argument that it can apply across all states? Does this really vary a lot state by state?
No, they're basically going about by the rules set out by the Supreme Court. And, the key to that is what you just said, that they're allowing private displays. Now, if they switch that, if they change things to not allow private displays, but it was the legislature putting in a monument or a display or a statue, well, then they would have very much control over what is put up, going back to the case I was talking about, Pleasant Grove City, where, the city was allowed to keep up a Ten Commandments monument. But again, the difference is whether the legislature is officially acting or simply allowing legislative space to be used by private groups. When they're doing that, then they can't really say, well, some groups are okay to put up their displays and others aren't, because that's where the First Amendment applies with full force.
Even if, taxpayers come along and try to argue, well, but this is kind of the people's house in some way. So don't we have a say in that? Can't we object?
Well, they can try that argument. And like I said, the problem in this area is that there's not a distinct line but that's been drawn here by the court. They've kind of wavered a bit back and forth on how far state governments can go, and that would include state legislatures, when it comes to these kind of religious displays. And history and tradition, again, has a lot to do with what the state legislatures can do. And I hate to say this, but there's simply no hard and fast rule on this. And if you look at the history of the Supreme Court, and examine these kind of cases, anyone coming away from reading that probably is going to end up a little bit confused on what is allowed and how far state governments can go or local governments can go in this area.
Would you expect these kinds of questions to keep coming back before the U.S. Supreme Court, for these types of things to be challenged over time? Is there any sort of a limit to that at the court? I mean, I guess it's always up to the current justices, right, which cases they take and what they don't.
No, I do expect these cases to keep coming before the court, although in recent years they've been kind of solidifying their views on this. For a long time, they were using a test that was called the Lemon test to look at religious activity by state and local governments. In recent years, they kind of rejected that and came up with new ways of looking at this, trying to be, I think, a little bit more akin to and closer to the way they believe the Constitution actually should be interpreted in that. And that's what they did, for example, in the Cross case that you were mentioning, at the beginning of our discussion. But while they've clarified this somewhat, there are still areas of this that are murky, and it's those murky cases that are going to end up coming up before the court again.
Hans von Spakovsky, Senior Legal Fellow for the Heritage Foundation. Thank you very much for your time.
Sure, thanks for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
What if you could help end cancer without even leaving your driveway? You can do just that by donating your unwanted vehicle to Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program and give it a new purpose. Your old car, truck, motorcycle, RV, or boat can help fund innovative cancer research. Donating is simple and easy. We'll even tow your vehicle for free. Call 844-866-7822 or visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Everyone on your list is going to be happy this year if you take my advice and do what I do and let Omaha Steaks bring the happiness and take the guesswork out of gifting. Shop their carefully curated gift packages guaranteed to make spirits bright all winter long. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Save 50% off site-wide. Plus, when you use promo code Zioli at checkout, you get an additional $30 off your order. That's right. Send tender, juicy, butcher's cut filet mignons, mouth-watering burgers, gourmet jumbo franks, or even easy-to-prepare meals that are ready in a flash. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. The happiness is endless. But this offer won't last long. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so avoid the holiday rush and do it today. omahasteaks.com. Use promo code Zioli at checkout. Minimum order may be required. This is a gift from the heart, a gift that will be remembered with every unforgettable bite. I do this every year, and everyone always says thank you, and they never return it. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in Tel Aviv following meetings with top Israeli officials about the war against Hamas. He says Israel is committed to minimizing civilian casualties.
Israel has the intent to make sure that it is drawing those distinctions clearly and in a sustainable way, and we want to see the results match up to that.
And Israel's defense minister warns it'll take months, though, to destroy Hamas. The Education Department expanding its investigation into discrimination at universities nationwide. Fox's Brian Yennis.
Especially anti-Semitism and Islamophobic incidents. Stanford, the University of California, LA, and San Diego, the University of Washington, Whitman College, and Rutgers University joined 14 other colleges and universities already being probed.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
In the NFL Thursday, after losing 3-0 to the Vikings just 4 days earlier, the Raiders' offense exploded in a 63-21 beatdown of the Chargers. Vegas rookie QB Aiden O'Connell threw 4 touchdown passes. At a news conference Thursday, the Dodgers unveiled new free agent acquisition Shohei Ohtani. His record-setting contract, not the only spending LA intends to do this offseason. Multiple reports the Dodgers getting starting pitcher Tyler Glasnow in a trade with the Rays. The deal contingent on Glasnow in LA working out a contract extension. And in the NBA, the Celtics topped the Cavaliers 116-107. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I see the Heisman Trophy as more than just a statistics award. Stats matter, absolutely. What you've done on the field and your stats should matter and factor into the Heisman Trophy. But it's also something that it needs to be a story generator. You need to have Heisman moments. You need to be, I think, on a good team. And I'm not saying that Jaden Daniels is some loser because he was on an LSU team that went 9-3. He's not. But he's not 13-0. And while I don't want to make this a popularity contest of just give it to the best player on the best team in college football and be done with it, I don't think it's that kind of award. I think it's a hodgepodge of all of it. I think having Heisman moments and being a great story and being on an undefeated team and having great stats, all of those things matter. And you got to factor it in. Whatever your ratio is each year, that's dependent on you as a voter. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey guys, Nick Kayal here. This holiday season is a great time to give back, and Piazza Auto Group is doing just that. Through December 15th, Piazza is collecting new unwrapped toys in partnership with the Salvation Army. To donate to a child in need, visit your local Piazza dealership and drop off a toy in the donation bin. And of course, the Piazza staff will be happy to assist you with any of your automotive needs during your visit. For more information, go to PiazzaAutoGroup.com. We thank you for your support and wish you a happy holiday.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. This holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Get yourself to the showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. If you're planning to pop the question this year, how about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one-stop shopping at Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday destination, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, or online at FamilyJewelers.com.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Gary Schneeberger.
What's on your mind?
It's one of the most heated debates of the Yuletide season. No, not real trees or artificial ones. Not whether to serve ham or turkey for dinner. Not if it's best to exchange presents on the night of December 24th or the morning of December 25th. The issue that's truly vexed us as a nation since 1988 is this. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not? As the co-author of the films of Bruce Willis, the first ever movie-by-movie study of the Die Hard star's career, I think the answer is clear. Yippee-ki-yay, yes, moviegoers. Consider the story. It takes place on Christmas Eve during a big holiday office party. It involves family traveling thousands of miles to celebrate together. The key character is named Holly. One of the most memorable scenes features a guy in a Santa hat. And the picture concludes with one of the most beloved songs of the season. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. 2% of Americans polled a few years back by the Associated Press said Die Hard was their favorite Christmas movie, just a single percentage point behind A Christmas Carol and Miracle on 34th Street. And the film's director, John McTiernan, told the media in 2020 that we hadn't intended it to be a Christmas movie, but the joy that came from it is what turned it into a Christmas movie. Okay, let's get serious for a minute. Joy, as in the tidings of comfort and variety? We are, all cute observations aside, talking about a movie in which a group of Natalie-clad terrorists takes a Los Angeles high-rise hostage to steal $640 million in negotiable bearer bonds. The greatest splash of red comes not courtesy of wrapped presents, but the bloody wrapped feet of John McClane, Willis's cop character, after he runs for his life through shattered glass as the bad guys fire automatic weapons at him. That doesn't sound very Christmassy, does it? Maybe not. But Die Hard is more than the sum of its most violent, pulse-pounding parts. It is, at its heart, a story of family reconciliation, something we all long for at the holidays if there are tears in our relational fabric. John and Holly McClane, separated by professional ambitions and personal resentments at the film's start, are reunited as the credits roll. McClane's most resonant climactic triumph is not that he drops Hans Gruber off the 30th floor of Nakatomi Plaza. It's that he is back in the arms of his wife and moving back into the home of their children. He sets his own self-interest aside to sacrificially and, yes, heroically love his family. You might even say Christmas is saved by the reunion of the McClanes at the end of Die Hard, just as it is saved by Scrooge's change of heart in A Christmas Carol, by the residents of Bedford Falls bailing George Bailey out of his jam in It's a Wonderful Life, or by Rudolph with his nose so bright guiding Santa's sleigh through the heavy fog in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. In the end, what dies hardest in Die Hard, so hard that it doesn't die at all but springs vividly to life, is the spirit of love that marks the season we call the most wonderful time of the year. Yippee-ki-yay, indeed. I'm Gary Schneeberger, co-author of The Films of Bruce Willis, available now.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper Heavy Duty Dry Cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, December 15th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Torrenzo, our associate producers, just 10 days out from Christmas. About a week from now, we'll all be going on break, and we'll see you in 2024. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Gregory.
Did you run into any protesters on your way into the studio this morning?
No, 476 was clear.
Good.
The Schuylkill was clear.
Good.
The
Good.
Cow Pike was okay.
Good. Pipe? Did you say DeKalb Pipe?
Pike.
Okay.
P-I-K-E.
At some point, I did hear our sister station, Ian Bush, was half an hour late because he was.
Oh, was
there
he?
was a bad accident on the Schuylkill East.
Ah, okay. Did not notice that.
So they were given the play-by-play earlier this morning.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't encounter any protesters yesterday. They saw I had a Honda Ridgeline. They wanted no parts of this guy. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning, including the great big city escape. Wait till you hear what a major, major city has now been dealt, as 2 of their 4 pro sports teams are leaving the city. We will get to that in the big take this morning. Also, it is time. We are officially ready to say the boycott shall end.
What?
That's correct. It's not coming from my lips, but it's coming from one man who says enough is enough.
Okay.
And he was very adamant about the boycott for a long time. Also, Joe and the Democrats, they're in the deep end right now, and they are in deep, deep trouble. Joe's approval rating hits an all-time low, and Trump is starting to pick up victories and momentum in a few demos that nobody thought he would. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. But before all of that, let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. Round number 1, 6:04, the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning. We are at, we're at 32 degrees this morning, but the chilly stretch during the week is going to end. So I'll tell you how warm it's actually going to get in Kayal and Company News Live. So let us begin, shall we, as we talk about what's going on. A big day in Philadelphia City Council, a lot of votes, but I will begin with the update on I-76 in Center City, Philadelphia. 32 protesters in all were arrested for blocking all that traffic on a major interstate highway. So the group identifies themselves as Jewish Voice for Peace, and they were hanging banners that read, "Let Gaza live" and "Ceasefire now." Now, local authorities, as far as in the Jewish community, say don't let Jewish Voice for Peace, the name of their group,
fool you,
defines them or fool you, because they say this group does not in any way, shape, or form represent the local Jewish community.
If you're watching right now on YouTube, give you a second there, Dawn, to clear your throat. If you're watching right now on YouTube, you can see the aerial view. I think this was taken from our friends over there at Fox 29. I think that's where we got this photo. Yep. It's an aerial view of them on the overpass yesterday on 76.
It's just amazing. We just talked about this 2 days ago in Los Angeles, where the 405 was backed up. There was 2 school buses that were trapped for 2 hours.
Yep.
And then it happens right on our back porch.
Absolutely.
So ultimately, and all the news stations were there, choppers overhead. Everybody was covering this because this actually lasted for hours. So it started about 3:30. What police say happened is that these individuals were in cars. That's how it started. Got out of their cars and then brought in, 150 some other protesters. So it appears to have been planned, number one, because they were in vehicles and then stopped the vehicles. So the vehicles are helping to block things.
Mm-hmm.
And now they others join them in droves. So about 150 people out there. And it started at 3:30. The traffic, I know that at some point after the arrests, but the fallout from it, the domino effect, if you will, it was still a snarled mess at 6:30 at night.
Well, they just wanted to camp out until the Zioli show ended. They were just going to occupy that 3 to 7 time slot, and then
PM last night.
Yeah, Zioli 3 to 7.
No,
right?
Zioli show. Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Oh man, can you? I would have been so. Ugh.
Now they arrest these individuals, but is this just kind of like discretionary, where how long they allow it to occur before the cops eventually step in? Because to me, if they're going to disrupt people for 60 minutes or 3.5 hours, I don't care. Either way, they should be arrested. You can't disrupt everybody's lives in a big city. You want to protest on the sidewalk? That's fine.
Look at all those people.
Yeah.
We're playing the video. If you can loop it again, Phil, we're playing the video right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. There's banners that say, "Let Gaza live."
Yeah, we're hanging over.
Ceasefire now.
Mm-hmm.
They're not winning. I understand what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, this is protesting. Everybody has the right to protest. But this is, like, you're disrupting a bunch of people who are just trying to get home from work.
And I always bring up, I know I'm bringing up the extreme circumstances, but what if somebody was being rushed to a hospital after being shot, right?
Yep.
What if somebody's getting ready to give birth and you're trying to get to the hospital for your wife? And these clowns.
I would have plowed over them.
So would I.
I would not have cared.
So would I.
Well, then Krasner would throw you in jail forever and just throw away the.
That'd be it. He's looking for a new host.
I mean, they're all standing on the rampway, kind of with arms locked, and
I guess it could be worse. They could glue their hands down to the concrete like the climate protesters do.
What's protocol for police for this? Because this is. Like,
I don't know.
What do you do?
Rubber bullets and tear gas? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was January 6th. Sorry. My fault. Wrong cause.
No, if you remember the summer of 2020, they tried that under orders.
Right.
Sprayed did everything, the pepper spray, whatever.
Yep.
And then ultimately, and remember the news conference with the former police commissioner, the first news conference was, oh, yep, we did this.
Yep.
They owned it. Everybody went, oh,
yeah,
serious, good.
Yep.
And then they backed down, and then the individuals won a huge multi-million-dollar lawsuit.
That's correct.
And the officers got in huge trouble.
Yeah, I'm looking at
after being ordered to do that.
The 2 banners that are hanging over the overpass. At first glimpse, from the distant high shot, they look like Chick-fil-A banners. I thought that said "Eat more chicken."
Eat more chicken.
You cracked me up.
Jeez.
So we have that going on, and a lot of it was
a mess.
I know, and I'm sure if you're going to work early this morning and you couldn't get home last night, you're a little grumpy over this.
Yeah. I wasn't even stuck in it. I'm grumpy.
Yeah.
I love the other banner there. It says, Philly says ceasefire now. So we're more concerned about a ceasefire in Philadelphia over in Gaza than we are the firing of guns every day in this city.
Yeah.
I don't see the big city ceasefire happening anytime soon.
So those 32 out of the 150 who were arrested, they will be cited. They will get a citation.
Oh, boy.
For being on the highway.
Yeah. Cited.
Yeah. Your citation will arrive in 7 to 10 business days in the mail.
Like if you run a yellow light on the boulevard.
Yeah.
Like it's the same thing.
Yep.
Well, how much does the citation cost? On the boulevard, it's $100, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we have to. We don't know the economic status of these people, Dawn. You have to be careful.
Well, this is true.
They could be destitute, or
yeah.
Is that the right word? I don't know.
Because they have to be able to buy their triple venti skim latte at the coffee shop.
Gonna have to work an extra shift.
So I will say that later in the evening, a group of protesters, perhaps some of those who were not arrested or those who got the citation, they marched up to the Philadelphia Museum of Art steps. So they had another little stomp, but they didn't disrupt traffic, and then they dispersed.
Did any of them run up like Rocky?
Well, that would be fun.
It would.
Mm-hmm.
The city of Philadelphia, it's official, can now fine you if you wear a ski mask in many public spaces. So Mayor Jim Kenney, outgoing, did not sign or veto the bill in his lame duck last days, which means it automatically became law last night.
So he passive-aggressively just kind of recused himself from the whole thing.
Exactly. So those wearing ski masks in parks, schools, daycare centers, transit, and city-owned buildings can now be fined to $250 if you're caught wearing a ski mask during any criminal activity. You would face up to $2,000.
Okay.
For the criminals.
All right.
Only during criminal activity?
Yeah. Not wearing just a ski mask randomly inside. That's not a COVID mask.
So City Council passed it, and that legislation had touched off some controversy, but the reason they did this, they said this if you look at the past and the recent incidents, including the deadly ambush by ski mask Klan gunmen and gun teens, were among those who shot and murdered, for example, 14-year-old Nicholas Elizalde, who was that innocent kid, 14-year-old Roxborough High School football scrimmage. That's when he was gunned down. They were all wearing the ski masks.
And that was well over 15 months ago now, wasn't it? That was, September or October of last year?
Yeah.
Yep.
Football season. Oh. So, these ski masks, they're hoping that the ski mask rule will help, at the very least, it will help authorities identify those individuals, because at some point, even if they wear the ski mask during a crime, maybe they'll take it off to avoid suspicion, and that's when they can pick them up on other surveillance images. So ultimately, that's going on. We have a lot in City Hall that happened, and lactation and some controversial votes. We'll get through all of it today. But Widener University was under a lockdown for an hour and a half early this morning after a student was attacked while walking her dog. School officials say it happened early this morning. A Widener student who lives right off campus was walking the dog at 18th and Chestnut Streets. The student and another person who was also walking their dog there was some kind of an argument after somebody was assaulted, and that led to an assault with a knife. And so ultimately, per the protocol, they did a lockdown for about 90 minutes overnight. So that student who was stabbed, taken to Crozier-Chester Medical Center, and then treated for the stab wound. And the police note the dog was unharmed.
Good.
So they didn't stab the dog.
All right.
So there's your bright note, if you will. Campus safety. They alerted the university community of the incident. Campus on lockdown. Like I say, less than 2 hours. They're sharing surveillance video with Chester police right now. And this comes, by the way, as residence halls. They're closing tonight for winter break anyway.
Okay.
So a lot of our schools, are going on break or are already on break.
Yep.
So we'll just point that one out as well. Flyers, by the way, are undefeated.
Wow.
What do you mean undefeated? Undefeated, what, in the last 4 games?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
you got to start somewhere, right? Fly guys.
We're the winner. We're the wieners.
Is it 4 or 3?
Oh, I have no idea.
Well,
I just heard undefeated. I'm like, for the whole year?
No.
Not for the whole year.
Yeah,
Come on.
That would be wishful thinking.
I'm trying to, I'm trying to be positive over here.
I know. I'm trying to get a victory on Monday night in Seattle. That's what I want.
Jeez Louise.
They beat the Capitals.
The hockey team that is actually moving away from Washington, D.C.
and
heading to Northern Virginia.
It's almost like I know where you're going in 1 minute.
Wow.
And I set you up for that.
Unreal.
Speaking of 1 minute, let's talk about one warm-up. Today in the forecast, oh my goodness, it's Friday and we are going up to 53 degrees. Tomorrow also mid-50s, bright sunny skies today for your Friday and tomorrow for your Saturday. Sunday morning starts out beautifully, but then the rain moves in. And by the way, just a quickie reminder here, this evening, a gorgeous afternoon and evening for the 4th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party.
Yeah.
We're all going to be there. You better be there too.
Yep.
Raising money. It's tonight from 4 to 9 p.m. 2nd Street, right in between Market and Chestnut Streets in Philadelphia. Old City, Plow and the Stars, Sassafras, Brownie's Irish Pub, Nick's Bar and Grill, Bootleggers, Rotten Ralph's. We'll have the Mummers String Bands. And, of course, and more importantly, this raises money for the families who are families of critically injured Philadelphia Highway Patrol officers, as well as Andy Chan and fallen Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald and others.
Greg and I will be arriving at 5. Not together, but both arriving at 5. Dawn will be showing up like LeBron does to a basketball game. About 7:15, 7:30.
I am nothing like...
She'll stand for the anthem, though.
Oh, always.
Yeah, I'm nothing like LeBron. I don't have his money.
We were talking with Mark O'Connor last night, and I believe we're starting at Nick's Roast Beef, right? At 5 o'clock?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I might actually get a roast beef sandwich,
I
too.
am so looking forward to a roast beef sandwich.
It's good to be back on the meat train, isn't it?
I haven't had. I don't think I've had a roast beef sandwich in maybe 10.
Oh boy,
15 years.
We might have to have a defibrillator on standby for you. You might go into like shock.
I'm so looking forward to a Nick's roast beef.
There you go.
He'll be like, oh. He'll be like, I'll have what he's having. Sorry, I had to say that. So it's a $20 suggested donation, but you can donate whatever you want and as often as you want. There are VIP tickets available for $150, and that includes an open bar happy hour. I almost called it sloppy hour. Happy hour at Nick's Bar and Grill. From
Sloppy
5:30.
Chris.
So we'll be talking about it this morning, but hope you come out. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. 6:15 Friday morning. One last big take for the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, the great big city escape. You know, going into big cities in the United States has always been painful, but progressive policies have accelerated that cold, hard truth at warp speed over the last 3 years, and now people can't exit them fast enough as Democrats have destroyed everything that they've touched in big blue cities. Local small business owners have to deal with safety issues because their customers don't feel safe. In Philadelphia, we gave you the story of the local gas station and convenience store in the city that had to hire its own security so patrons would feel safe. Big corporations are closing up retail stores in cities such as San Francisco and Chicago because those stores were operating at a loss because police can no longer enforce retail theft, and shoplifters know that employees won't stop them from stealing per company orders. And now, in a city like Washington, D.C., it's become so bad that 2 of the city's professional sports franchises have decided to leave D.C. and relocate across the Potomac in Northern Virginia. The NBA's Washington Wizards and the NHL's Washington Capitals are slated to move to Alexandria, Virginia as part of a $2 billion entertainment complex effort, says Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia. The development about 8 miles south of Washington, D.C. will house the new global headquarters of Monumental Sports and Entertainment, which owns the Capitals and Wizards, as well as the new home arena for the teams. The 9 million square foot district will also feature retail shops, hotels, and conference spaces. Quote, "This is the most visionary sports and entertainment development in the world. The Commonwealth will now be the home to 2 professional sports teams, a new corporate headquarters, and over 30,000 new jobs. This is monumental," said Glenn Youngkin in a statement. And this is a massive win for a Republican governor and a major blow to Democrat-controlled Washington, D.C. Virginia Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears joined Fox and Friends to talk about one of the big reasons for this relocation. Listen and watch.
With that, let us go to Virginia Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears. Lieutenant Governor, great to have you as always. You just heard that soundbite right there from the D.C. mayor. A blip? She's calling this a blip. This after an FBI agent is carjacked in her city. Joe Biden's granddaughter is the victim of an attempted carjacking when she has Secret Service protection. Seems like a lot more than a blip to me.
Well, listen, we have the solutions in Virginia, and that's why we know that businesses are actually relocating here. And we love it because when we were running for office in 2021, we kept hearing three things from businesses. They were waiting for the results of the election because either they were not coming, or they were not expanding, or they were picking up stakes. So it matters that we are a law and order state. It matters that we're passing legislation that says you commit crimes, you're going to jail. We don't have anything that we call smash and grabs that you're able to not be prosecuted and you go back out and terrorize the communities.
This is going to have a ripple effect in the Washington, D.C. area, make no mistake about it. Businesses that depend on sports fans coming to their restaurants and bars will be impacted. The hotel industry will be impacted negatively. And entertainment districts that draw revenue off of 20,000 fans a night showing up in their vicinity will be impacted as well. In part because nobody feels safe going into big blue cities where the police have been neutered and the criminals have been empowered. Here's part 2 of Sears on Fox and Friends. Listen and watch.
I'm not discounting the money aspect of this new development, obviously. Like I said earlier, these owners want the mixed use because they want all the revenue every single day, not just on game days. But how big a role did D.C. crime play in the decision from Ted Leonsis to move both of his teams, which are Washington, D.C. institutions, to your state?
Well, you have to consider that there must be something there, something that they see in Virginia. And when other businesses see other businesses moving to Virginia, that's a win. I mean, we landed Boeing. They moved from Chicago to Virginia. We landed Lego. We've been landing businesses left and right, and that's because they trust the leadership, Governor Youngkin's leadership, that we will be a place that they can live and work and raise a family. You want your employees to be safe. Look, we are bringing not one, but two major league franchises at one time. That's never been done. This governor really deserves the credit for it. And we are very happy that we're looking at 30,000 jobs. We're looking at no upfront money from the taxpayers of the state. The city of Alexandria is going to be putting in a little bit, but the major component will be from the business owner. So we're ecstatic, and we hope that the new Democratic majority will continue the policies of this administration, the Youngkin administration, that has attracted businesses.
The Atlanta Braves did this a few years ago when they built a new stadium in the Marietta section of Georgia, which is outside of Fulton County and on the outskirts of the perimeter of Atlanta, Georgia. And why did they do this? They don't want to deal with the nonsense in the city of Atlanta. Sports venues revitalize areas economically, and they become safer. Democrats destroy the economy, and things become less safe. But it's not just in Washington, D.C. The second story is out in the Bay Area as San Francisco has become the epicenter of progressive destruction, and it's affecting their sports teams as well. Now, the San Francisco Giants aren't relocating, but San Francisco's rapid decline and reputation as a crime-filled, drug-ridden disaster has apparently cost the Giants multiple free agents, including possibly Shohei Ohtani, who just signed for $700 million with the Dodgers. According to ESPN baseball insider Buster Olney, he reports that multiple players have brought up how bad San Francisco is right now as to why they chose not to sign with the Giants. We already know major retailers like Nordstrom have left the downtown Bay Area, citing an increase in theft and an unsafe atmosphere. Prominent businesses and businessmen have moved out of the region entirely, and San Francisco saw one of the largest population losses during the pandemic as residents moved away from declining quality of life and high cost of living. And it turns out that the city's disastrous policies and political ideology has likely cost its baseball team a substantial amount of talent. The Athletic, which is owned by the New York Times, reported on Wednesday on former San Francisco Giants star Buster Posey's efforts to woo superstar free agent Shohei Ohtani to the city. And while Ohtani directly did not say that it was the lawlessness and disgusting streets that were the reason that he went to the Dodgers, some individuals in his camp expressed concerns about the city. According to Posey, it affected the team's chances of signing him, and, quote, there was some reservation with the state of the city right now, coming from those around the 29-year-old star. And it isn't the first time that free agents have turned down the Giants thanks to San Francisco's decline. Quote, something I think is noteworthy, something that unfortunately keeps popping up from players and even the players' wives, is that there's a bit of uneasiness with the city itself. As far as the state of the city with crime and drugs, it's pretty awful right now, Posey would go on to say. Whether that's all completely fair or not, perception is reality. It's a frustrating cycle, I think, and not just with baseball. Baseball is secondary to life and the important things in life, but as far as the free agent pursuit goes, I have seen that it does affect things, end quote, said Posey. So it's bad enough having to leave a city that you grew up in or you loved and move to the suburbs, but now you have sports franchises leaving for greener pastures and sports figures factoring in crime and drugs as to whether or not they want to take $600 million from your favorite team to play and live in your city. I have said many times on this show, I want my politicians to stay out of sports. And I certainly don't want their failed policies costing my teams and ruining my entertainment when I want to enjoy a distraction from the real world. But this should be no surprise to anybody who's been paying attention. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you would like to weigh in, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210WPHT. Or, of course, go to youtube.com at 1210WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons to be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community today. We'll come back, get some thoughts on that, and then some very interesting stuff on the Biden and the Trump front. And we'll get into that as we continue. But let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. You know, there's no greater time of the year to give back than the holiday season. And that is why Piazza Premium Automobiles has partnered with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive once again. Visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware premium showrooms through today to donate a new toy. That's right, it ends today, Friday, December 15th. But your support will make the holidays a little brighter for a local child in need. Find the dealership near you at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Thank you and happy holidays.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, this is John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, it's the holiday season, and we all know what that means. In addition to presents under the tree, it's time to use those FSA and HSA benefits we've been accruing all year. I'm Dom Giordano, and if your benefits are still available, now's a great time to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Robert Bentz from the Bentz Dental Group to set up your appointment for a consultation. You know how much I admire Dr. Bentz and his quality work, attention to detail, and investment in the overall health of his patients. Dr. Bentz is a board-certified prosthodontist, was recently appointed to the board of the American College of Prosthodontics. So if you're considering dental implants, reconstruction, or any dental or prosthodontic needs, call Bentz Dental Group today to schedule an appointment with Dr. Bentz, and don't let 2023 end without taking advantage of those FSA and HSA benefits. Call or visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. That's 610-272-6949.
From Broomall to Brookhaven, follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 6:31. Welcome back in. Good to have you in on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app or watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210, the phone number. I thought that was a pretty wild story. If you think about Washington, D.C. sports and two of the four franchises basically leaving the District of Columbia and heading about 8 miles across into Northern Virginia. You go across the Potomac, Alexandria, Virginia. And I was thinking this is not a new concept. I mentioned the Braves did it. They got out of Fulton County. I believe they are in now DeKalb County. Also, San Francisco, the 49ers, they don't play in San Francisco. They play in Santa Clara. So, you've always had some teams that are in the cities, that are in like an industrial or a sports complex. And then, teams like the Washington Redskins for years have played in Landover, Maryland.
Can't say that.
I know, that's true. It's the Washington Commanders out there. And if you think about it now, with those two teams, and they won't be in Virginia until 2028, until all the construction is done, the only team in Washington, D.C. of the four pro teams is the Washington Nationals, which, the Zeoli Army goes down for a baseball game, every year with the Washington Nationals, and then, you tour D.C. This would be, could you imagine if this happened in Philadelphia? Let's just say hypothetically in fantasy world that Delaware or New Jersey were led by Republicans, and the Sixers and Flyers were like, you know what? We're going to go to Wilmington or we're going to go to Cherry Hill, New Jersey to get away from all the crime. I mean, could you imagine that?
No,
we would lose our minds.
That would never happen.
We would absolutely lose our minds. Very interesting
I have to knock wood now. See, I'm so superstitious. I'm like, don't even say that.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a big win for a Republican governor, so we'll see how that one plays out. But a couple of other things that we have to get to in the world of Biden and Trump. And look, if you recall, when Joe was running for election in 2020, remember Joe said he was going to be a uniter, not a divider? Well, it's actually come to fruition. Americans have actually come together and united under one concept. We all think Joe Biden stinks at his job. And I've got the data and the proof to back it up. So the Wall Street Journal, with a new poll, where Joe's approval rating has plummeted to an all-time low of 33%. And the displeasure with Joe Biden spans genders, races, ages, and education levels. These are the numbers that are just completely mind-boggling. So Joe's approval rating is 33%. Men, 33%. Women, 33%. White individuals, 30%. Hispanic individuals, 33%. Asian people, 37%. Surprisingly, black people, 52%. Now, in the age demos, Joe's got a 30% approval rating with 18 to 29-year-olds. So all the Gen Zers out there and the Utes and the social media influencers. 30 to 49-year-olds, 33%. 50 to 64 years old, 36%. And 65 plus, 34%. Well, how about all the educated people out there in academia, right? With all the Harvards and the woke think tanks. People that have a post-grad degree only approve Joe at 48%. A college degree, a 4-year degree, 37%. Some college, 30%. A high school diploma or less, 28%. So actually, the more educated you are, the dumber you actually might be when it comes to Joe Biden, which is fascinating. And then you also have a few other people out there in political land, and they go through some of the obvious stuff, Democrat versus Republican. But he is polling terribly with pretty much every identity, and that's a bad look when you are the administration of identity politics. You know what this tells me? Joe Biden does not resonate with hardly anybody. He really doesn't. And if he ends up winning re-election, it absolutely screams, we voted against Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. We didn't vote for Joe Biden.
I mean, that's what 2020 was.
Yes,
and
but
again,
it's reaffirmation of that concept.
I understand, and this is not directed at you because, I was the one who suggested we do this story. So it has nothing to do with this story. I'm just saying that I believe that we need to stop with the polls and there's zero chance that Joe Biden's going to get reelected. There's not zero chance Joe Biden's going to get reelected. So let's not get into some lull of, this is, Joe Biden's easily beat. He's not.
No, the bigger question for debate and conversation is whether or not he's the nominee.
Well, James, I'm going to play at 7:45. I'm going to play a clip of James Carville, who says that it's not a foregone conclusion that it's going to be Trump v. Biden.
I have been long of the belief that it will be Joe because he's stubborn and Democrats don't care. If they believe Joe gives them the best chance to retain power of the White House and keep control, they will drag him to the finish line. And we've cited examples like John Fetterman. I mean, they rolled out a guy that just came off of a stroke. Dianne Feinstein was in Congress for 9 decades. You go through all the list, and they don't look at what your ability is to do the job. The only mandate is that you are alive, you're breathing, and you have a pulse. But I'm starting to slowly come off of that, and I don't know when the change could occur. I don't know if the change will occur and who it will be. But I am slowly coming off of the hardline stance that it will be Joe.
I believe that it is going to be. This election, 2024, the election is going to be. There's going to be more choices than I think we've ever had as far as presidential candidates go. Mm-hmm. I think there's going to be RFK will be involved. I think there's going to be a no labels candidate, Cornel West. I think there's going to be a Green Party candidate. I think that there's going to be more choices on the ballot in 2024 for president than we've ever seen before.
It's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out. One last little piece of polling information. We've talked about this week how Trump is doing really well in, historically blue Michigan. One of the polls, Trump had like a 7-point lead over Biden in Michigan, one of which I think there was like a 10-point lead. He's also picked up 14 points with the unions and 12 points with women, which I think is fascinating to keep an eye on because we know Joe has been on the ground going and trying to pander for the union vote. But now all of a sudden, a swing, so to speak, in a swing state for unions and females with Donald Trump. So keep an eye on all of that.
Just the one name I'll add because you named the other independents, Jill Stein.
Well, she would be the Green Party, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she did get that.
Yeah.
And Kennedy Jr. So
yeah, that's what I said.
Yep.
Oh, you did say Jill Stein.
I did.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't know you said her name.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of. What are we thinking? 5, 6 possibly. When you throw all the names, you talk Biden, Trump, West, RFK, Stein, and who was the other one?
No labels party.
Okay, so that's 6 right there.
Yeah.
So It'll be fascinating to see how this plays out. We got to get to this story. Hunter's been the victim all week, right? Hunter Biden, he's put on an Academy Award-winning performance. He's under attack. Republicans are actually going to kill him. That's what he said on the Moby podcast. But you can now add Hunter Biden to the list of big-time names, we will say, celebrity status, so to speak, along with Taylor Swift, along with Bruce Springsteen, along with Cher, and Barbara Streisand, because Hunter Biden says that he fears he will have to flee the United States of America if Donald Trump is elected. That is correct. Now, he's not leaving just because I don't want to live in a land ran by Donald Trump. Run. He actually thinks his life is at risk if Trump becomes the president yet again. Think about this for a second. I'm going to give you some of these details from this Daily Mail story. Hunter Biden has told some of his friends that he might have to flee the country if Donald Trump is reelected after already enduring months of deeply personal political attacks and mounting legal woes. Republicans have put him in front and center of their efforts to say that his father acted corruptly when he was vice president. He could face 20 years or almost 20 years in prison if convicted of these 3 felony and 6 misdemeanor charges brought last week. The result is an 81-year-old father who is now apparently, according to multiple reports, this is Joe Biden, desperately worried about the welfare of a son who has battled alcohol and drugs, and a son who fears more attacks if Trump wins in 2024. According to Politico, 2 sources, and I would imagine these are just sources within the Biden family that leaked this, 2 sources said that Hunter has told friends and family that he expects to come under intense scrutiny during the election campaign and is considering leaving the United States of America if his father loses the election to the Republican frontrunner. He recently went public with the worries, saying, quote, "What they're trying to do is they're trying to kill me, knowing that it will be a pain greater than my father could be able to handle. And so, therefore, destroying a presidency in that way," he told musician Moby during a podcast. So it's amazing that this guy could be the violator, the criminal, the tax evader, the deadbeat father, the junkie, all the different labels that exist for Hunter Biden. And now you are seeing the complete spin cycle here. You've got people leaking stuff. I mean, I don't even know if it's a leak. Politico is nothing more than a left-wing arm for the Democratic Party. So they probably just picked up the bat phone and said, hey, why don't you run with this story? Here's 750 words for you. You'll be able to get some clicks on this, and then conservative outlets will talk about it like this show. So he has already managed, and you've seen him. I actually flip through, and I very rarely do this, but from time to time when there's big stories, I just want to see, like, Dawn, you always talk about what the other networks are talking about. CNN and MSNBC, they were both covering the Hunter Biden attack angle, and that's what it was, the attack angle. Like, they were reporting on one of their own children live on the air. It was so nauseating, and it's like, wait a minute, this guy didn't pay taxes on $1.4 million. This guy was obviously kind of the middleman within the family to enrich the family from James Biden, from Joe Biden, from every member of that family, shell companies and transactions and burner phones and all this other stuff. And they're portraying this like, you know, Republicans are just going after like a little Tiny Tim. I've never seen anything like this. And it's, well, if they have an issue with Joe, I forget who was doing the show on MSNBC. It was at 6 p.m. Might have been, I don't know if Joy Reid is at 7 and then Maddow is the hour after it, but it was a man that was doing the show. And,
are you sure?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know what his pronouns were, but it was definitely a man. And he was talking about positioning it, that if you have if you're a Republican and he's not talking about Republican voters, he's talking about elected Republican officials. If you have an issue with Joe, go directly after Joe. But the reality is, Hunter was so involved with all of this that you go after Hunter to prove that Joe was corrupt. This is not just trying to bang away on the president's son because he had a drug addiction. We're talking about all of the criminal enterprise, allegedly, that runs with this family. So I just think it's remarkable how they have kind of framed this. Like, you know, Republican elected officials are going after, somebody that can't defend themselves. By the way, this guy is a 53-year-old man. I'm not going after 12-year-olds here.
Yeah, and we I wish somebody would leak a false story and let the so-called mainstream media take it that one of the Trump kids did the exact same things. They would describe Hunter Biden, if he were a Republican, because he's a hedge fund guy, he's a very wealthy guy. He was writing off hookers and whatnot. And that's right. I mean, they've released the 1040. They've released all the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
How would the media portray Hunter Biden if his last name was Trump and he had an R behind his name?
It's a great point.
You can only imagine. It would be completely different story.
If all of the facts, if we just lifted up all of the facts of the Hunter Biden, Joe Biden influence peddling scheme and took those facts and dumped it on somebody with an R in front of their name or with the last name of Trump, it would be a completely different media coverage. The landscape would totally shift. But those facts are applied right now to a Democrat and a Biden. So there's your difference. 855-839-1210, the number. All right, coming up next, one man says they've learned their lesson. It is time to put an end to it. And I actually might enjoy one of these tonight in the 5 o'clock hour, just to show you that I think I'm in agreement with this individual. The details on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So it looks like the money line for Monday has ticked down a little bit for the Eagles. Now it's minus, now they're the favorite by minus 168. So you bet $5, you win $3. But that's not the best part of this, is that you can win $150 in bonus bets when the Eagles win on Monday night. All from FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Just put $5 down on the Eagles for Monday night, and you can win $150 in bonus bets. All you have to do is sign up right now using my promo code Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up, place that bet, you get $150 in bonus bets to do it with whatever you want to. You can bet on spreads, player props, over-unders, whatever you want to. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210, WPHT, and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to Pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Hello, I'm a Bradford White water heater, and I'm looking for a good home, like yours. I promise to deliver all the hot water you need for your family. I'm reliable and efficient, and not bragging here, but I'm built to be the best, too. Just ask a plumbing professional. They'll tell you that Bradford White water heaters are a great choice for your home or business. Check out my website, BradfordWhite.com, and even find a pro who will install me. How you heat your water matters. So choose me. Choose Bradford White.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus, plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
How about a trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida? Sunshine, baseball, music, and comedy. Book your trip now to Clearwater with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at joeconklin.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Merry Christmas, I don't want to fight tonight with. Merry Christmas, I don't want to fight tonight. Merry Christmas, I don't want to fight tonight. Merry Christmas, I don't want to fight tonight.
Scaling Company, 6:50 Friday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start. 7 o'clock hour is coming up. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2. Also, armed guards in Pennsylvania schools. Republicans want it. Democrats pushing back. Surprise, surprise. We'll get to that story. And then also the horrific holiday video at the White House, courtesy of Dr. Jill Biden.
What was that?
I would characterize it as the Nutcracker on acid.
Yeah.
Stop. Be careful.
Yeah, I mean, my God.
16, when I was 16 and I was, doing some experimenting in my life.
Wait.
I would have loved that.
Yeah.
What were you experimenting with?
Doobies.
A lot of stuff.
Maybe Jill was when we put this together.
The shirt I'm wearing today, Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd, that was the soundtrack for 16. Because
nice.
You could.
Oh, what now?
It was a good album. It was a good album to listen to when you were,
Yeah, when you were not at your normal self.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Speaking of not being at your normal self, you could get into a weird position if you drink, 12, 15, 24 Bud Lights. Eventually you'll get there. But you know what? It might be time to say enough is enough. Let bygones be bygones and end the boycott. That is correct. Kid Rock says he is done boycotting Bud Light. And I think this is the official end of this story on this program at the very least. As Kid Rock has come out and said the following in a Tucker Carlson interview, that he is done boycotting Bud Light, and he has said that the company has learned its lesson. Quote, they deserved a black eye, and they got one. Do I want to hold their head under water and drown them because they made a mistake? No. I think they got the message. Kid Rock, who had also called for a Bud boycott, said in a recent interview with Tucker Carlson that the punishment Anheuser-Busch has received, quote, doesn't fit the crime. He goes on to say, I would like to see people get us back on board and become bigger because that's the America that I want to live in. Kid Rock thinks that the company's partial move from St. Louis to New York City played a role in the campaign, along with their hiring of, quote, Ivy League progressive people. He says there's nothing wrong with giving a spanking, but you don't spank them for the rest of their life. Someone gets taught a lesson. You say we made a mistake. All right, man, let's move on. We've done it for a whole lot worse. It's time to bury the hatchet.
He's a giant phony, too.
He is.
He gave up the Bud Light boycott 5 days after he shot it up on social media.
Remember, he was drinking.
He was drinking in Nashville or something like that, in a bar.
Yes,
Come on.
he was.
He's
a fraud.
Dope.
He's a total fraud. But I think this is
terrible music too.
And you don't like
music for idiots
all summer long.
Ugh, just music for dummies.
While we were trying different things and we were smoking funny things. That song is awful. So I am gonna. You know what? For the first time since March or April, Tonight, I think when we go out to the 4th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, this could happen tonight in the 5 o'clock hour, the 6 o'clock hour, the 7 o'clock hour when Dawn finally gets there. Nick Kayal, will officially say that it's a time that we bury the hatchet, and it could be a can, it could be a bottle, it could be a draft.
Oh, boy.
I will have a Bud Light tonight in public.
Why?
To show the people that it's about forgiveness. This is the holiday season. It's about hope. It's about forgiving. As a good Christian person myself, I believe in forgiveness, not to get all spiritual or anything on you at 6:54 in the morning. But you know what? I will have a Bud Light tonight.
Really?
And we can, you know what? If Dorenzo's going to be there, if we want to go live and stream it and post it on the social media, if Bud Light wants to spend their advertising budget on 1210 WPHT, you are welcome. Come one, come all.
None of my people hold anything up on social media unless we're getting paid for it.
Okay.
So there you go.
The rest of us sinners will still drink Miller Lite.
All right. I am going to have a Bud Light.
Miller Lite is just a better beer anyway.
It is.
So.
I think they all stink to me. Like, is there really much of a difference between the three of them? Like, I know like Coors Light's kind of more watery, and Miller. I think Miller Lite's the most filling of the three, and Bud Light's whatever they are.
Does Yingling make a light beer?
They make two. They make a
I love
you
Yuengling.
have Yingling Lager, you have the light lager, and then Yingling Flight. It's like
so good.
It's like the Michelob Ultra for Yingling. It's really good.
Ortho says, Nick, Bud Light does not grow hair.
Well, I'll have a bourbon first and then a Bud Light.
To wash it down.
To wash it down.
Yeah.
There you go. So Kid Rock says, let's end it. And we're going to end this segment and this hour. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Dawn's got news to kick off hour number 2, and then we will get back into a little bit of that protest that happened on 76 yesterday. And also armed guards in Pennsylvania schools. It's on the way. Or is it? It's Kayal and Company, hour 2, next.
Who needs beer when you can sip a limoncello from your hotel balcony as you savor the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri? That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, and yes, Capri. I hope you join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours, the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, enough time to see all the great sights in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 incredible days of touring. Thank you so much, because I know this is almost full. We have maybe a couple spots left, according to Ken Chase. So thank you for booking this. We're going to travel together to southern Italy. I can't wait. This is truly the trip of a lifetime for my husband, Larry Menti, our teen sons, Michael and David, Mozzarella Farm, the wineries, the tasting sessions, the group dining events they're known for are legendary. 5267 includes your nonstop airfare. You can call toll-free 888-733-9494 or just go to conservativetours.com. That toll-free number to call is right on there, and you can call Ken Chase if you have any questions. conservativetours.com. And by the way, we are going to see Italy's best-kept secret, Puglia. Charming villages, unparalleled cuisine. Oh, so picturesque and unspoiled, authentically Italian. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-384-7878. That's 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easy.
easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their 3rd season with the Birds, I Smile Dental Team on Roosevelt Boulevard is the official dentist for the Philadelphia Eagles and would love to care for you. The all-pro team of Doctors D and Silva provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our birds. Go to ismiledentalteam.com today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You see it all around you. Good loving gone bad. And usually it's too late when you.
Hour number 2, 7:01 Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Hello, everybody. Good to have you in. And Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. 7:45. We have a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Usually the best cut sheet of the week. And we're just about 44 minutes out for that. Also, the trending viral White House Christmas holiday video that Jill Biden put out. I believe this was about 2 days ago now. We're going to get into that, and we're going to talk about it. We have the video. I think we have some audio to go along with it. And you can kind of go back. I think you can find them on social media or just search for them. You can see the holiday White House videos during the Trump administration, and then you can compare them to the Biden administration. It's like there was adults running the first one, and like this looks like a, I don't know, like a 7-year-old Disney version. I have no idea what's going on in this video. We'll try to make sense of it. But then again, it's the Biden administration. We've been doing this exercise for 3 years. So we'll get to that. And then also a great conversation as Republicans in the Senate passing here in Pennsylvania a bill to have at least one armed guard on school grounds for every school in the state, in every school district. But Democrats are pushing back against that. We'll get to that story as well. But let's get to some news. 7:02, round number 2. For that, we give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by ECI Comfort. We are at 32 degrees and clear, heading up to 53 degrees and sunny today. I think you're going to like the forecast just ahead. But we do have an accident this morning, and I will update you that SEPTA police continue to strike this morning. So we do have that strike watch going on. But a SEPTA bus and car have collided at an intersection. This is in the Hunting Park neighborhood of Philadelphia this morning. 4 bus passengers are hurt, and according to police, North 10th and West Luzerne Streets, and it happened within the past hour. So it looks like somebody ran a red light. That's the preliminary information. Somebody ran a red light and then, T-boned the bus, essentially. So Police say that drivers should avoid the area. There's a major investigation going on. And I don't have the severity of those injuries either. We also have a lot going on with the roads, right? We had that accident earlier this morning, about 5 o'clock this morning. That was 76 East. That's clear. But I want to give you a heads up that a major highway is shut down. This is in Montgomery County because there's another big sinkhole that opened up in that area of KOP.
Mm-hmm.
So we had briefly mentioned this yesterday, but it's Route 202's northern lanes in Upper Marion entirely shut down to traffic again.
Route 202 might be
know.
the most unmitigated disaster I've ever seen.
I really do feel for commuters with
It's
this
unbelievable.
one.
And think about how far 202 goes and how long it spans.
Brutal.
And it almost unanimously, no matter where you are on 202, it's just from like an infrastructure standpoint, it's a disgrace. It's like third world country driving.
One of my relatives, they have 4 kids. They actually moved, physically sold their house and moved
Because of that road.
because they just couldn't handle the commute anymore.
And it should also, I think it should absolutely like depreciate people's property values as well.
Goodness.
I mean, you know exactly where I'm talking about. If you go at the intersection of 202 and Skipback, it's weird too because it's a nice little area. It's a nice area to live in, and there's nice little businesses in those little shopping centers. But like, you remember the Reed Country Store?
Yes.
That's out of business. There's like an out of business gas station, and I swear, and I've been back up here for 16 months. I swear that they're doing construction on it every day. I see no progress. I've seen nothing change, but there are people out there every day drilling, and there's the dump trucks and the whole bit. I don't know what they're doing.
Well, that area that you're talking about, like the old country store and all of that, I tell my kids all the time, man, I wish Daddy and I had bought some land out here.
Oh, yeah.
Because and by the way, that's not so far from the Aldi.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. The Aldi's right in that right on the corner.
Right? That is all new.
Yep.
It's booming. These areas are booming. And so you have all these infrastructure issues. That's what we're seeing, I think, as people, because think about how many tens of thousands of people have moved out of the city, for example.
Right.
Where do you think they moved?
Mm-hmm.
And so now you have all this infrastructure. It affects the schools. To your point, it affects everything.
Yeah. And at 3:30 in the afternoon, if you get to that intersection with all that construction, be prepared to take like 6 lights to get through that intersection with the traffic, with the school buses dropping kids off and everything else that's there. It's just a madhouse.
Yeah. But I mean, part of me feels like I love all the growth that's happening out, that way.
Yep.
But on the other hand, are they really thinking through, to your point, all the infrastructure? And then you think about the fact that we have flood zones. I mean, think about why we have a sinkhole. It's because we have limestone and we have, the underground waterways and watersheds and all that stuff. And I just have to wonder.
Yeah. And if
sometimes I question the planning.
From that intersection, if you take 202 down towards Plymouth Meeting, I mean, for miles, it's bumpy. It's ripped up. There's, gravel everywhere. And it doesn't get good going in the other direction until you get up towards like Lower Gwinnett Township. Then it's finally smoothed out. But that's about 3 miles or so. But I digress.
No, I love it because I have my youngest doesn't have his driver's license yet.
Yeah.
So I'm up and down, Nick.
Yeah.
I should just stop by Nick's house and do some virtual golfing.
You're gonna need You're gonna need a lot of Tylenol if you drive down 202 by my house. 'Cause your head's gonna be like this in the car. Boop, 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 boop. Give your shocks and struts a workout.
Well, we're trying to feel your pain here. The closure runs between Henderson Road and Solon Boulevard. And here's the thing. They're saying that, obviously sinkholes have plagued the region through the summer and through the KOP area. And unfortunately, they don't even have a timeline as to when this latest sinkhole. I'm looking at the playback with Nick bouncing up and down. It's kind of funny. Sorry. But we don't have a timeline for when that's going to be fixed. So, we feel your pain. Speaking of that, man, if you were stuck in your evening commute for some reason, that the last night, because of these protesters who are pro-Palestinian protesters chanting "Let Gaza live," ceasefire now, etc. The bottom line here: 32 protesters out of the 150 plus protesters who shut down traffic on a major highway, I-76 in Center City, and that was in the Spring Garden Street, bridge, and underneath there, that whole area. And so it was the westbound lanes of I-76 It jammed traffic for 3 to 4 hours last night. They did arrest 32 and they received citations. I don't have word of what that means as far as the citations. So I don't think anybody spent the night in jail. They got a ticket. I don't know if it's a $20 fine or a $50. I don't know what that looks like.
Should spend the night on 202 doing repairing potholes.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, like a chain gang.
Yeah. Do we have the video again that we could put up for people if they missed it in the first hour?
Yeah.
If the boys in the back can put that up. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
3 to 4 hours.
Yeah. It's just
oh
so
my God.
What a nightmare.
Like, I'm all for protesting. Protest your brains out. But if 4 hours of interrupting people's lives.
You're not winning hearts and minds by
No.
doing that. You're pissing off the commuters.
We got enough anger in this city.
People who are just trying to get to work or leave work. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like, look at this.
I love how they hang the banners, too. Hopefully nobody fell over the underpass when they were hanging those beautiful things.
I always wonder how you do that.
I know. You ever wonder how people graffiti things like in spots where you're like, how do they even get up there?
Yeah, all the time. I was like, that's an interesting spot for graffiti.
Yeah.
So what would happen if, you happen to have like a paintball gun in the back of your Honda Odyssey minivan and you were stuck in that?
Dawn's got a paintball gun with a big CO2 tank on it.
Right? What if you just, you just started spraying?
Yeah.
Like you could cover their banners, spray the do you think Krasner would have you prosecuted?
Well, it depends on what your gender and what your identity politics are.
I was looking at that. There looks like a big semi that stopped up there. If I'm that semi driver, I'm like, guys, I can clear this out in 10 minutes.
Yep.
just
Yeah,
give me the
100%.
word and I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Yep.
Just sitting like, oh man.
Yeah. Philly says ceasefire now. Okay.
At 4:30, like they knew exactly what they were doing.
This is all orchestrated. And we need to get to the bottom of how these people are communicating. Is this happening on social media? Like, remember when Meatball and the whole squad were doing the looting and rioting?
Yeah.
That was all orchestrated and coordinated. That was done through some some communication channel.
Yeah. Guys, honest to God, if you guys want to go protest, great. But do it at the Capitol. Do it in Congress. Like, do it for Congress.
Yeah.
These commuters, these people have nothing to do with what you're doing.
Go do it on the
nothing
West.
to do with it.
If you want to protest, go to the West Bank.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll put you
we'll
on
give you
Air
a
Force
flight.
One and we'll fly you over there.
I have what do the people leaving work have to do with stopping this?
You
know
bring
what I
up
mean?
a great question with work. Do these people have jobs? What are these people just take off for the day?
Well, maybe they work in morning radio. That's why they're home at 4:30 in the afternoon.
All right, so they had their nap. I got it, and now they're protesting.
But like you think of these, these great protests, like the protests at the Edmund Pettus Bridge and stuff where you're stopping, if you're stopping construction vehicles or something from bulldozing an area that you don't like, stuff like that. I completely understand that, and like you don't want cars to pass, so you form a line and do this. But this is just
It's obnoxious and disrespectful.
There's no point to it.
It's a total inconvenience to society.
It's just infuriating. 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like,
of
what
this.
about I'm thinking of the parents in these cars that have to run to get their kids at daycare or school or some after school activity, and they're sitting there for 3 or 4 hours. Their poor kids are. You know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
Like it's so disrespectful.
What do? You live stream it on your phone. You got to text all your friends and family. You FaceTime them. Look at this.
And again, I'm all for protesting. This country was built on protest. I'm all for it, but it doesn't accomplish what they think it does.
No, it doesn't.
But what's the difference? I mean, on a serious note, usually when you have a protest on, let's say, City Hall or the Capitol, you have to have some kind of a permit or permission, that sort of thing. So these are trespassers, right? These people are impeding an official, your official proceeding. I just think that we have to have zero tolerance for this. And I think until society, like for me, if I'm in my minivan, I'm not staying like they're back. The vehicles are back like 30 feet.
Yep.
I'm driving right up into it and I'm honking my horn.
Yep.
But what stops me seriously from saying, guys, I have an emergency that I have to move through this. This is a thorough pass.
Yeah.
What
do?
This is a thoroughway.
Do you just roll the minivan through at 5 miles per hour?
Yep.
And
just go slow, and everybody just keep on rolling.
They'll move.
They will move, and especially if you've got that semi and you get 2 inches from their face.
That's what I'm
blare
saying.
your horn.
Yes, use that
Rev
semi.
your engine.
Hell yeah.
It's one of the first cars
Yes.
there.
Yep.
Use that semi and just use that as your battering ram.
Yeah. I love how the cops are there. You can see them in the yellow jackets with the blue. and there's, I don't know, let's say 12 to 15 of them, and they're completely outnumbered. Like, I'm wondering what the communication is like between the officers on the ground versus people back at like a command center where they say, okay, enough is enough. Now go ahead, start arresting them.
No, I mean, here's the thing. You know that the police officers, especially if they bring in the horses, right? The mounted police, you bring in those horses, and it's so intimidating when you're standing on the ground. Those police officers could have cleared that highway in 12 minutes. And they know it, but they know that they're not going to do anything because they don't want to lose their job, their pension, and go through 3 years of hell because of City Hall right now.
Yep.
And it was, what, 3 to 4 hours that they were out there for?
Yep.
Well, they were ultimately, I believe that finally, so I'm not sure of the timeline of when they were physically arrested, but the problem was, think about the traffic backup.
Yep.
So I remember because I tuned in and I was listening, and I think they were saying at like 6:30 in the evening, 3 hours later, they were saying, well, it's still a slow commute, but things are moving.
The
So
police,
these poor people were stuck there.
The police should have rolled up with the big van, turned on the Odyssey app, put Zeoli on, blasted the speakers as loud as they can, and had Rich do Megaphone Bernie. That would have cleared everything right out.
I mean, let's be creative. I'd bring the fire trucks.
Yep.
Isn't Engine 1, we got that reinstated? Just shoot some water on them. It was about 32 degrees.
The problem is, Dawn, can you imagine how that looks?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? From a PR
Oh,
standpoint.
you're making a rainbow.
Yeah. Well,
We're making a rainbow. We want to shoot some water.
All right, we have to break.
All right. Let me give our sponsor, okay, because that went way too long. But we got ECI Comfort. In the cold, is the cold weather getting you down? Stay warm. ECI Comfort, your go-to HVAC experts. Upgrade to the reliability of Train heating systems, which I think Greg Stocker has trained.
I do.
Keeping you cozy when it matters most. Call ECI Comfort for your comfort needs or online, ECIComfort.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Bill SB 907, what is it? Why is it important? And who's pushing back? The details on the other side. But right now, the details about gift card season at Wawa. That's right. Wawa's got 2 great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. First of all, you can visit Wawa.com. Pick one of the festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly or schedule it to arrive at just the right moment. All right, but let's say you love the hustle and the bustle and you want to get out to your local Wawa, barring any protesters blocking your way to get there. You'll find the gift cards for the Wawa fan in your life right at the register when you check out. And they've also got other brands as well, like Amazon and Roblox. You can grab one for your boss, your favorite aunt or uncle, loved one, significant other, wife, you name it. They make anybody's season bright in just one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Life can get hectic. It's easy to lose focus and balance. Wouldn't you love to retreat from the noise? Take a breath. Regain your inner peace. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house. Our stunning campus is the perfect place to step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men's and women's retreats, helping individuals live life centered on Christ. Go to malvernretreat.com to discover your journey. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This holiday season, make all your wishes come true on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. I said in the 6 o'clock hour that the Eagles money line is now at -168. You plunk $5 down on that, you can win $3, but you get $150 in bonus bets when the Eagles win. You can use that for anything to bet on, for spreads, player props, over-unders, so much more. All you have to do is use my promo code and go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Come on, sign up now. And the official partner of the NFL, 21 and over, President PA, first online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 7:20 Friday morning. Great to have all of you in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't forget, today, the 4th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party is coming up 4 o'clock today. It will be between 2nd Street, on 2nd Street, in between Market and Chestnut. We'll be going from Brownie's Irish Pub to Nick's Bar and Grill, Bootleggers, Rotten Ralph's, between 4 and 9 p.m. I think I'm going to get there at Nick's around, 5 p.m.
5.
I think we agreed on.
Yep.
And then LeBron will get there around 7:15. Just love saying that. No, LeBron's not coming. Dawn Stenzel's coming, but she'll be a late arriving crowd. She'll be like LA sports fans.
You do not speak for me.
She does not. You do not speak for
You
her.
do not speak for me, sir.
How
Dawn,
dare you?
you better keep your mouth closed.
So that'll be fun.
You know, the cool thing, they call it the Andy Chan, but his Andy's wife Tang insisted that they expanded out to the other families.
Yeah.
Which is, I know that they were here a week ago and telling us all about it. But
yep,
it's pretty amazing to think about what here she's a mom. She's got kids. She's working full-time caregiver of her husband who's severely brain damaged.
Right.
And she's looking around saying, no, this is not going to be just a benefit for me.
Yep.
And
also, our fallen
love.
hero at Temple, Officer Christopher Fitzgerald.
Yep.
His children
So
and
that'll be good.
widow,
they'll
benefit from this, as well as some of the state troopers' families.
Yeah, if you can't
It's just really beautiful.
if you can't come out tonight and see us and see Nick drinking a Bud Light at
buddy.
Nick's roast beef at 5 o'clock, you can always donate. Donate, please.
Where do we go?
They need They need the donations. You can go to Greg Stock. I'm sorry, you threw me off there, Dawn.
I'm sorry.
You go to GregStockerSucks.com. GregStockerSucks.com. Thank you, Kevin Pools. GregStockerSucks.com, and it goes right to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Yeah, this is also a big night. I mean, we've had outings at like parks where you guys have came out and you saw Dawn or Rich, myself. This is a big night for Stalker. You don't get to see a Stalker out in the wild too often.
That is true.
That is true.
That's reason enough to show
Just
up.
shows you how much I love this charity and I love Mark O'Connor.
There you go. All right.
Not so much you two.
Right. Yeah, you got to do this 20 hours a week.
Just the charity and Mark.
This is hazard pay for Stalker on a Friday night in the holiday season.
Oh, good. Just hope there's no protests.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I see one, I'm turning around. If I can't plow through them with the ridgeline, I'm going home. I'm laying the law down. Speaking of the law, this is a very interesting story, and it's very frustrating if you are on board with this and you see Democrats pushing back on this. So the Pennsylvania Senate passed legislation yesterday that would require schools in the state to have at least one armed guard on duty during school hours. The bill, SB 907, was sponsored by Senator Mike Reagan, a Republican representing Cumberland and York counties. It passed along party lines in a 30-19 vote and now heads to the Democratic-controlled House of Representatives for consideration. Governor Josh Shapiro is opposing the measure, a spokesperson for his office told PennLive.com. So guns, no time for pistols and police. We need more of our resources allocated to gender and pronouns. If enacted, the bill would require all school entities defined as a school district, an intermediate unit, an area career and technical school, a charter school, or a private residential rehabilitative institution to have one armed security personnel on duty. Here's a quote from Mr. Reagan. Compromise is key in the legislature, and in order to take a step forward, rather than remain stagnant and complacent with current security levels, I worked with leadership and members of my caucus to reach an agreement on the final version of the bill. He goes on to say, I understand why this idea might feel popular. This is actually coming from a Democrat. It sounds like an easy solution, but easy solutions won't solve the problem of deadly school shootings. So this is kind of frustrating if you're a parent, if you want your child to have more additional safety and security at their school. And again, keep in mind, we have debunked the rise and this myth of all of these deadly school shootings, right? Like we've done that. But I don't understand why any elected official would push back against having a cop at all times with a gun. To me, that is a deterrent. I would actually have statewide signage. Like, you could create this and it would be uniform. It would be the same sign, the same size, the same color, the same lettering. You put it right in front of, like, you know, those little billboards at a school where they have like the little sign where it says PTA meeting tonight at 7. This school is armed 24/7 with a licensed police officer with a gun or something to that effect. And the only thing I can think of is when they're sitting here and saying, well, this is not going to eradicate the problem of deadly school shootings. So if you have an armed guard, which eliminates an armed psycho and saves the lives of teachers and children, that to me sounds like a plausible solution to any sort of future threats. But wouldn't this kind of chip away at the left's mantra of further restrictions on your Second Amendment rights? It's almost like they want to not find the solution here. They just want to take the guns away. They don't want to acknowledge the mental health issues that require you to show up at a school and want to shoot 35 children. It's like, I don't know, why would anybody with like two ounce of common sense, Dawn, like not want to do this? You mean you get one police car, one officer from 6:45 a.m. to 4:45 p.m., even if you have to split up the shift into two shifts with two different officers for the sake of security. Republicans are on board with this and Democrats are fighting back against it. It doesn't make sense to me.
I think it's anti-gun, it's anti-police. It's still the residue of the defund the police movement. Because why else? Every other workplace, including our workplace, has security. Mm-hmm. I've said this for years, that the Department of Education, which is federal, which I think should be dismantled, but the Department of Ed requires kids to go to school. That's the law. And you as a parent can get in trouble if you're not homeschooling or sending your kid to school. So if the Department of Education requires this, then they should have to be required to come from the Pentagon budget, because that's the biggest budget.
Sure.
Take it from the Pentagon, and every school, private and public, should have armed guards, or at least one armed guard. And you can argue whether you want that inside the school or outside the school. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, it's the job of the Department of Education, federal level, not the state.
Yeah.
The states shouldn't have to pay for it, quite frankly.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I'm thinking about, different scenarios and situations. You have that guard, you have that police officer sitting in front of the main entrance or, obviously doing his rounds. He goes from the front. Maybe he drives front to back. Maybe he walks through the school. Maybe he comes out the cafeteria door, through the library entrance, whatever it might be. And all of a sudden, you have one of these kids that's playing hooky one day that has plotted out this murderous scheme. And all of a sudden, this kid starts walking through the woods, comes into the school parking lot, and all of a sudden sees a police officer sitting there. I mean, I think there's a chance that guy might have second thoughts. But if you don't have this and there's no deterrent, then obviously there's a far greater likelihood of pulling off one of these awful, tragedies and massacres that we've, talked about. And granted, yes, they don't happen a lot. I mean, you probably have a better chance of being struck by lightning. I think we actually went through all the different odds that have greater probabilities of happening than your kid being killed at school. But, if it can prevent the next Parkland, if it can prevent the next Sandy Hook, I mean, why would you want to be an elected official and have it on your record that you voted no to that? I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, but that's just me. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Coming up next, Jill Biden's horrific holiday video at the White House that has all of social media scratching their head, wondering, what in the world did I just watch for 2.5 minutes? We will get to that, get to YouTube, and we will continue on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year again. You think about this as we are in the heat of the holiday season, if you will, counting down 10 days to Christmas Day. A lot of you, I know, are scrambling around, making sure you have the right gift for everybody on your list. So I'm so thankful that I discovered whatacrock.com and had the idea of sending some of their meals to friends and family members who could use some delicious dinners without any prep, mess, or stress. And this is a huge hit. If you haven't heard me talk about whatacrock.com before, here's how it works. You just put a meal in your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day. When you come home, dinner is simmering. It's waiting for you. And literally, it's as simple as dropping that meal into your slow cooker, and dinner is one and done. It's handled. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu of more than 50 meals to try. No subscription, no commitment is required to order. And they even have digital gift cards, by the way, that are instantly delivered via email if you need a great gift in a pinch. So make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off your order, whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off, excluding those gift cards. Make sure you check them out, whatacrock.com. What a great idea. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinitz of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. needs and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Does a broken down heater have you feeling the chill this holiday season? Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is here to warm you up with $50 off any heating repair. Horizon's experts are available to get your system back in working order fast. And in the event your system can't be repaired, Horizon Services can replace your system as soon as the next day to get you back to comfy and cozy. Book your repair today at horizonservices.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to Pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Calling on Harleysville to follow 1210 WPHT in the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Sometimes I don't know why, but this old town just seems so hopeless.
Kayal and Company, never hopeless on this program. 7:35 as we continue. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just about 10 minutes. You're going to want to get on over to YouTube, certainly at 7:45, if not right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, because we have all sorts of good video content to give you. Also still ahead this morning, the Claudine Gay story is not going away. Now the NAACP says if you are attacking Claudine Gay, it is an act of white supremacy. So we'll get to that story because we knew that one was coming. And then also, I want to get to a story in the world of sports that has nothing to do with sports, but everything to do with female rights. And it's not the typical... oh, God, I'm drawing a blank on her name now. From Kentucky, the swimmer. Riley Gaines.
Oh, Riley?
It's not a typical Riley Gaines men coming into female sports invasion story. This actually has to do with the former punter for the Buffalo Bills, Matt Araiza, who basically had his career ended in the Believe All Women movement when it comes to sexual assault and things like that. He was cleared criminally and civilly. And the media silence on this story after basically the media protest to cancel this guy.
So glad you're bringing this up.
Is unbelievable. So we got to get to this concept of believing everybody, because the reality is everybody lies. It's not just men. Women lie. Gay people lie. Straight people lie. White people lie. Black people lie. It's not based on just one identity politics box. So we'll get to that story coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But we got to have a little, I would call this a cut sheet hors d'oeuvre for the video element of this show. So get on over to YouTube. Jill Biden has once again put out a White House holiday festive video for the season. This comes off of an Easter in which, if I recall correctly, Wasn't Gritty the Flyers mascot at the White House for Easter, and he was twerking and getting spanked by other Easter bunnies dressed up for Easter? This also comes off of
what?
Yeah.
What weird?
Yeah, it was around Easter.
Was it?
What
Yes.
sites are you going to?
This was on the White House front lawn. I remember that vividly. It's got to be out there on social media still. And remember in the summer we had our Pride member topless on the White House lawn?
Yep.
I don't know what is going on.
Mascotporn.com.
That's correct. Watch Gritty twerk. So,
by the way, apropos of nothing but what Darn was saying, Pornhub released their most searched terms.
Yes, by each state.
By each state.
It was not Gritty.
Yes.
Okay.
Pennsylvanians' most searched term for Pornhub. So if you have a kid in the car, turn the radio down for the next 7 seconds. This is not graphic. This won't get us in trouble or dumped or anything like that. But was big boobs. That's what Pennsylvanians search the most on Pornhub, and there's a lot of graphic search terms for other states. So Pennsylvania, you should feel proud. You are relatively conservative when it comes to your searching.
Yep.
Okay,
You
so
just like big
Pennsylvanians
chests.
like
big
boobs.
Right.
And we're not talking about the politicians here.
That's correct. We just elect those. So let's get to the video. I do believe there is some sort of audio element to this as well. We'll try to narrate it for you. This is Jill Biden's 2023 White House holiday video. I think it's the Nutcracker on acid, but you judge for yourself.
Wow. Now, did this happen in the White House?
I've got to imagine that this is somewhere on the grounds. So you've got, this is so, I feel like I'm in like Willy Wonka's, I don't even know what's going on here. You've got basically, looks like one white girl, 2 African-American females, a white guy. I mean, this is just clearly a diversity, equity, and inclusion promotional ad.
They're dancing around the White House looking,
I mean, the dancing is incredibly well scripted and choreographed. I mean, there's some talented people doing this, but I watched this like 4 times yesterday, and
Why?
I'm just like, what am I looking at here?
Yeah.
This is just so on par for the Biden administration and so against the grain of what we have traditionally, historically seen, whether it was Melania Trump, whether it was even Michelle Obama, whether it was Laura Bush, and now you've got the dancing with the candy cane as like a... Oh, my goodness.
So she wrote, Magic, Wonder, and Joy is the theme this year at the
Yeah.
White House. A bit of magic, wonder, and joy brought to you by the talented tap dancers of Dorrance Dance, performing their playful interpretation of the Nutcracker Suite.
I mean, as a dance dad, and I've seen my daughters do dances like this with tap, and they take a tap class in addition to their other classes they take. I just never have seen something like this in the White House before. I mean, this looks like a Walt Disney, Mickey Mouse. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like that person with the costume on there looks like something from The Shining, but.
I mean, so what do we think of this? Is this a good performance? Is this just so anti-history?
No, I mean, it's not anti anything. It's just weird.
That's what I'm saying. It runs counter to what we traditionally have been given from the White House.
First of all, I didn't even know the White House released stuff like that.
Oh yeah, they do this every year.
Okay.
This is like one of the major productions for the First Lady on an annual basis.
Yeah, I was having weird flashbacks, so forgive me. I was no, I was just went back to
your experimental days.
10th grade.
Yeah. I mean, I was waiting for Kamala to come out and start playing like the piano or something.
Yeah.
That's just brutal. I don't get it.
So there were some groups who were saying that it was, I guess, out of context, and so they said what, because some of the dancers are African American, and so
so racism.
So they felt that it was out of context. People just said, "What is this?" It seemed a little demeaning
See, I didn't,
and
I
so
didn't
there were
look at
those
it that
comments?
way. I just, it felt like I was watching some warped animated remake of, and I'm just like, I don't know. I was starting to have like go into a trance watching it. It was real bright, all the colors in there. It was just like, I don't know, something I would see in like a movie theater or something, not something that the White House would put out. I don't know. Just didn't hit with me. They missed the mark again, I think. But
So
they
it's
miss the mark all the time.
It's New York City's based dance troupe Dorrance Dancers,
Yeah.
who are inclusive of the LGBTQ plus community.
Oh.
So I don't know if that's a piece of it.
Oh, that's absolutely a piece of it.
But I think, but I saw more criticism, to be honest, from people who said they felt like it was like there was an aspect where these are African Americans and they're doing a tap dance, and so it just seemed there were groups saying it was racial. In other words, people tweeting who are African American
Were offended by it?
who not offended, but
Okay.
they were just saying this is kind of freaky. What is this? And it felt like to them there was a sort of a demeaning aspect to it.
So Jill was trying to pander to a certain base and it rubbed them the wrong way.
Yeah, it just didn't because they're like, hey, here's the White House, and
Yeah.
it just seemed a little.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seemed demeaning. I'm seeing all these comments where people are kind of scratching their heads from the communities that they were trying to actually pander to.
People were also saying there was like a Hunger Games element to it. That's what I'm reading in the New York Post here. So I don't know. I just feel like once again, the Biden administration, even when they try to do something towards a certain group of people, it misses the mark. They're a very tone-deaf group, a tone-deaf family. This entire administration, what did they do? They did something right around or on 9/11 that was incredibly tone-deaf as well. Their PR department, if they had a marketing department, they should be absolutely fired. I mean, they just miss on everything. So that's that. I think it's about 2.5 minutes of your life that you'll never get back.
One user wrote, "It's a mentally ill Christmas at the Biden White House."
That's funny.
One other person, how utterly tacky, tasteless, and anti-Christmas. Melania's was tasteful, seasonal, appealed to everyone, and was absolutely breathtaking and gorgeous. And Jill went for the complete opposite. One person commented, Disney presents Clockwork Orange. I don't know. What's with the Hunger Games aesthetic, asked another, while Federalist editor-in-chief Molly Hemingway also panned the First Lady's Hunger Games Capital District Christmas approach. So, I don't know. That's the Biden administration for you.
By the way, the boys in the back, hard at work. They have the gritty video that
I
you
knew
were
it
talking
existed.
about.
Yeah.
You guys think I'm losing my mind
All
here?
right, can we play that, boys? Can
Yeah,
we play
this
it up
was-
on the?
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
This
Gritty at
was
the
on
White House.
Easter.
Yep.
Gritty dancing on the front lawn, and there it
twerking.
is, getting spanked by other bunnies. Watch this. Yeah, that's very traditional.
Gritty is twerking. I don't see him being spanked, but
There was one where I saw like the Easter bunnies were like kind of like tapping him on the butt, like go get it, Gritty, go get it. Yeah.
He's twerking.
If the Trump administration did that, he'd be impeached again. It's unbelievable. All right, anywho, 7:46. I'm not going crazy, and I'm just about on time. It's time for a Friday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sales and lease options. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out over 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't forget to tell Judith Yosef and the whole crew over there that you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. It's imperative that you do that. 1210 WPHT. All right. Speaking of what's going to happen if Trump gets reelected, there's no video for this because the site that we get this from won't let you download it. I don't know why, but the audio is amazing. This is a montage put together by our friends at Grabian of the media warning that if Trump is reelected, every bad thing that they can possibly imagine is going to happen will happen.
Okay.
So are you ready for all of these?
The apocalypse.
The apocalypse is coming.
Yes.
Here's our little media montage put together by our friends at Grabian. I always like the end of the year montages. Cut to, guys.
what would a second Donald Trump term look like?
Well, he cannot be the next president because if he is...
You can't imagine the things that he's going to do. Mexico, Canada. We can't go to Canada because eventually Canada will become annexed to America.
And shoot visitors to the White House. Yeah. That means he can shoot the First Lady.
We're going to see...
He's going to shoot the First Lady.
You got to shoot her.
I think that was David Frum.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I continue.
Violence, the likes of which we didn't even see on January 6th.
Make it illegal to run against him, to throw his opponents in jail, to shut down the media.
He will make himself into the Fuhrer, and he will make everybody raise their hand and salute him.
Using martial law against the American people.
Terminate the Constitution.
To rewrite the Constitution.
Create mass internment camps.
Throw everyone into Gitmo.
Might be sent to jail, or their rights might be suppressed, especially minority groups in society.
You might have any number of things happen to you and your family.
Every one of us, our freedom, our liberty, none of us is safe.
He's going to have people around him executing against an enemy's list.
Assassinate generals.
Ordering troops to attack American citizens.
Trump's very well-armed and extremist base will try to kill people.
He's going to basically burn the house down.
He will unravel the institutions of our democracy.
Draw similarities between Mussolini and Hitler.
Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini.
Makes Donald Trump even more dangerous.
Wants to take away your vote.
Senate and the House are immediately going to be paralyzed.
People will begin in their minds to censor themselves. They might say, well, maybe I shouldn't say this. This is the end of democracy.
I think that could be the end of our democracy.
But democracy is dead if Trump is reelected.
Gone, buried.
Democracy will be at risk.
The absolute destruction of the Justice Department as we know it.
The Justice Department.
Dogs and cats
could be
living together.
entirely transformed.
I am really concerned about that.
Every person who was associated with the attempted coup elevated in the administration.
Let me just say one thing.
Yeah.
Pausing here for a second. He didn't do this in the first 4 years.
Yeah.
But he's going to do this in this,
Right.
this
It's
time.
it's the Trump revenge tour. It's payback.
Okay.
It's like you're going to see stuff from like the Book of Revelations will be coming to truth because Trump is back at the White House.
Dawn, you and I were together during the lead up to the 2016 election. And do you remember, because I know I sure as hell do you remember the media also telling us these things then?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure.
Typical.
I wasn't misremembering because, my memory is not what it used to be.
I love how they say elections will stop and democracy will die if Trump's get reelected.
Yep.
I saw Vivek tweeted this out last night. He tweeted out a video. There was a conversation with Google founder Sergey Brin, the founder of the World Economic Forum, and Klaus Schwab. And they talked about, and the quote from Klaus Schwab is, "Digital technologies mainly have analytical power. Now we're going into a predictive power." And he's basically taking delight in the thought of having a future without elections because we'll have so much technology that we can just predict who will win. So we won't even. So basically, we'll take polls and we'll remove the human element of people actually voting.
Wow.
So Klaus Schwab, to me, he's a far bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump.
By the way, I don't even believe that. I mean, yeah, maybe the real diehards, but I don't even believe the liberals believe this.
No.
You know what I mean? Like this is all
It's
a media
fear porn propaganda.
Yeah, this is all a media creation. All right, a little bit more here.
If he's reelected, he will curb transgender rights.
And the rule of law.
Arrest political opponents.
To persecute, not prosecute, but persecute his enemies.
Take a wrecking ball to the rule of law. He's going to make the law. Everyone else will have to follow.
A vote for Donald Trump may mean the last election that you ever get to vote in.
We go after the independent and free parts of American civic life.
He would tear down our institutions.
Purge the government of employees.
Department by department effort to weaponize the powers of the government.
To use the military to quash protests.
Ridding the government of all democratic safeguards.
Junking American democracy as we have always known it.
That he would try to stay in office beyond a second term. He would never leave office.
There's no question.
Trump is reelected. He won't leave.
Donald Trump will never leave office voluntarily.
Never.
And what that means is that everybody who wants us to remain a republic has to put every other thing aside and work together urgently right now to stop that from happening.
Wow.
So basically, they are predicting that Trump will do what Joe Biden is actually doing right now: persecute and prosecute their political enemies. What a concept.
There's the strategy.
So they will ignore what Joe has done to Trump, but they will foreshadow and say, this is actually what Trump will do if he gets back in. And this is why we can't allow it.
I mean,
that takes a lot of nerve.
It's literally the same playbook
Yes.
used in 2016.
That's all they have.
So I'm not sure. This is also, so Jen Psaki interviewed Miles Teller. No, not Miles Teller. Miles Taylor. Different.
Anyway.
He used to work. He used to work in the White House.
Yes.
He thinks he just wrote a book. He thinks that Trump could turn off the internet. Apparently, there's this book. There's like a doomsday book at the White House that, like, if stuff goes down,
shut down the grid.
They can turn down the grid, and he believes that Trump will do this in his second term. This is Miles Taylor on with Jen Psaki yesterday. Cut 4, guys. Go.
Well, the possibilities are almost limitless, and I spent nearly 2 years asking that question to people, and I wrote it in this book, Blowback, but to try to paint that picture, to try to understand what he would actually do by talking to all of my former colleagues at different departments and agencies under Trump and asking them that question.
By the way, let me just stop it here. If you're watching right now, like, look at the backdrop.
What
of
a
his
beautiful
house.
home this guy has.
I mean, you're talking about the elitist of the elites getting on cable news and saying, yes, this will be the end, and what will we all do? Making money off fear porn, and just like, look at this. This is the epitome of the elites telling you how to think.
This is how I think this might be the byproduct of being having a shell company in your name. This guy might have been on the Biden influence peddling.
We don't know.
Did this man get a check from the big guy?
We don't know any of that.
I just wonder.
Maybe his book is selling well.
So apparently selling books gets you beautiful homes.
Looks like he definitely, I will say the good part, Chapman windows, doors inside. And I mean, those doors are from, look at that.
Yeah, that's
gorgeous.
beautiful. Yeah, I need to have those.
I love those doors.
Yeah. Have Chapman hook me up.
I
All right,
know.
here we go.
Will happen in a second term. The biggest concerns for me are on the national security side. I think Americans still don't understand the full extent of the president's powers and things Donald Trump could do, bubble wrapped in legalese, that would be damaging to the republic. And one of those that I've noted is there's something in the White House called the Doomsday Book. And for the first time, DHS gave authorization for me to mention this publicly. And the fact that there are concerns that that book, which is supposed to be used to protect the country in instances of armed foreign invasion or rebellion, it's the president's most extraordinary powers, could be picked up by Trump and used for domestic political purposes. He could invoke powers we've never heard a president of the United States invoke, potentially to shut down companies or turn off the internet or deploy the U.S. military on U.S. soil.
He's got to turn off the lights.
We don't know because, the things that are in there, the emergency powers of the president, aren't widely known to the American people. So that's a big worry for people like me and others about what he could do. But that weaponization of the government could extend across the interagency to places where we haven't seen it before. The Department of Education, the Department of Veterans Affairs, ways to wield that power and those budgets to help his allies and to hurt his enemies. And to be clear, those aren't just elites. To Donald Trump, his enemies include people who live in blue states. I remember him not wanting to deliver emergency aid to blue states because he didn't like them.
Did
because
Joe
they didn't
Biden
like
go
him.
to East Palestine, Ohio, Skip? Oh, no, it's a red state. Oh, okay. I love he's going to turn the internet off. That's not possible because Trump loves to post on Truth or Twitter, so he would not be able to post himself. And even if he still had power to post himself, if he turns off the internet for the rest of us, we won't be able to see his posts. Man, I got to do a podcast and write a book. The hell with radio. You get a house like that.
He was the former head of the Department of something. I don't know. He had some government job where he made way too much money.
I'll tell you
for
what,
doing
though,
nothing.
To troll Americans, if you did turn off the internet collectively, like if that was a real thing, society would lose their mind. We can't function without the internet.
It's just funny to me because I think the majority of people, whoever they like, whether they like Trump, whether they like Biden, it doesn't matter. Like, whoever gets elected next, like, people's lives will go on. You know what I mean? Like, nobody is sitting here thinking, oh, my God, it's the end of democracy. They're going to turn off the internet. I just don't, like, I don't see that happening.
I do think there is a faction of people out there that really actually do believe what this guy just said.
Oh, of course.
That, like,
and
if Trump gets elected, we're done.
And they're all watching MSNBC right now.
Yeah, and that's the scary part. Like, if you want to hate on Trump for whatever reason, that's fine. I'll point out why you're wrong and why I think you're stupid. But, you know, the fact that if you think that this guy's going to get reelected, stay from 2025 to 2028, and then not leave? Wait, he's going to stay there till he's 94? Was he going to be putting on the carpet?
Well, that's the thing. Is like, you know, just because of his age, he can't stay there forever. You know what I mean? Like, what are they doing? What are they talking about?
And let's not talking about, you know, staying at the White House forever. I've laid out the math for you. I mean, Joe and Jill have been in the White House for 16 of the last 20 years.
Yeah, I know. Talk about not leaving.
Talk about not leaving. They were there for 2 terms as the Veep under Obama. Then they went away for 4 years. He taught a class at Penn, even though he didn't really teach. Yeah, a bunch of shell companies, and now he's going to be back in for another 8 years. It's unbelievable.
I mentioned this earlier. James Carville was on with Wolf Blitzer last night saying that he just doesn't believe that we're destined to have a Biden-Trump election. He says it could happen, but he brought up the other factors about all the other people that could get into the race or that are getting into the race.
This is what we call the stalker plan.
Cut 9, guys, go.
Before I let you go, James, despite the election lies, the indictments, his desire to be dictator for a day, Trump is in his strongest position yet to win the Iowa caucuses next month and is leading President Biden in general election polling.
Can I just say this about the dictator for a day thing? He knows Trump knows exactly what he's doing.
Oh, exactly.
And these dummies they
fall for it
play
every time.
right into his hands.
It would be cool, though, to be a dictator for a day. I could get a lot done in 24 hours.
People are just so gullible.
They take
They're
the
just
bait.
so gullible.
I've never seen a guy that can live rent-free in a collective group of people's minds better than this guy.
We said it. We all said it on this show the day after he said that. I said that there was going to be there was something that needed more attention that day, but that quote would get all the attention, and it has.
Yeah, it's because we live in a soundbite isolated world where we take 2 words and then we run with that as the story.
And anybody, I mean, when Wolf Blitzer says it, it sounds scary as hell.
Oh, he's in the Situation Room.
But if you listen to when Trump actually said it, he was clearly joking.
Yeah,
he was clearly joking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, we continue. Sorry, guys.
As well. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think within the Republican Party, it's just as important to look at Trump as a theological figure as it is a political figure. I mean, his is kind of almost a religion. Now, as the year progresses and other things happen, you know, it's hard to say that you don't have an accretion or some of this stuff starts piling up. Let's wait and see. I try to affect elections as much as predict them, but you know, there's still a lot of uncertainty. The people that say we're just destined to have a Biden-Trump election and that's just the way it's going to be, I don't agree with that. I mean, it might be that, but it's going to be no label. There's going to be a Cornel West, and it's going to be a Bobby Kennedy. It's going to be Jill Stein. There's a lot of football left yet. That's all I can say. And anybody that thinks that they know where this ends, my hat's off to you. But I don't, and I don't have any idea.
Yeah.
Well, that's a sight. He's wearing a military veteran hat and LSU sweatshirt, and he's broadcasting from Mississippi. And he's a Democrat. You don't find too many of them down there, I can tell you that much. So, very interesting. You know, I said at 6:30 this morning, I'm starting to slightly come off of my stance that Joe is an absolute lock. And I'm basing that off of the latest polling where he's at 33% approval. And who would have thought if we go back in the way back machine to the fall of 2022 or maybe the winter or spring of 2023, go back 9 months ago, that there's a possibility that Trump is more likely to emerge as the Republican nominee than Joe is to run in a second term. And he's right. There is, and I'm guilty of this. I said, can we stop saying it's early? Eventually it's going to get late. When we come back in 2 weeks, we'll be in an election year. But there's something going on here where it just feels like, especially now with the Hunter Biden stuff ramping up, contempt of court, impeachment inquiry, and then if we get to the point where articles of impeachment are drawn, is Jill going to be the one? I know there's an article out, and we haven't talked about it yet, but we will, where Jill could be the saving grace for the Democrats. Jill might be the only one that could get through to Joe and say, it's over. Step aside. Let's put somebody else in.
She doesn't want that.
I know, but that's The Hill wrote a really interesting piece
I saw it, yeah.
And we know that Joe is incredibly stubborn, and the whole bit. But could the wife be the one that kind of cuts through?
If anybody is going to cut through to him, yes, it's going to be her, but she doesn't want that, right, Dawn?
She's got more holiday White House Christmas videos to produce.
But she wants to be there.
Yeah.
Well, they want to keep enriching their lives. I mean, let's be honest. This position that he's been in since 2008 as vice president and president. I mean, he's built up a lot of power and a lot of branding and obviously a lot of money. And it's like they go hand in hand, right? The money's not going to keep coming if he doesn't have any power.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, although, remember that weird comment he made fairly recently when he said something like, if Trump wasn't in it, maybe he wouldn't be.
Right. Yeah. He feels like he has to do it because Trump's doing it. He really, I think he genuinely believes that he's like the guy that can prevent, like he's the Trump blocker, so to speak.
He's the anti-venom.
He's the only vaccine for the Trump plague. That's what he really thinks that.
Guys, let's not sleep on Representative Dean Phillips.
Well, how could we? Or Dean Cain.
He's also running against Joe Biden. He was on NBC. I think this was Meet the Press on Sunday, saying that Biden is unelectable. And that the delusion that he can win is a threat to democracy. So it's usually Trump that's well, I guess it's because he can't win, so Trump would win then. So that would make that a threat to democracy. I see.
So, but the
roundabout in that, yeah.
The threat of the thought of thinking Joe can deny Trump, that will actually result in democracy coming undone.
Apparently.
Okay.
Cut 11 there, Phil. Go.
So let's start right there. Last time you and I spoke, you said that you are not taking on President Biden. You're not running against him. You told me that, and now you're calling him an unelectable threat to democracy. What has changed?
Well, that is unelectable. I mean, the data is showing every single poll coming out right now, Kristen, every one is showing him falling further behind, his approval numbers at historic lows, and I'm trying to generate a wake-up call to Democrats that we have a real problem here. And rather than stifling and suppressing competition, we should be encouraging it. That's why I spent the better part of a year encouraging other candidates to enter the race. The water's warm. We need to practice democracy now. And I want to make something clear. The president is not a threat to democracy, but running and suppressing other candidates is a threat when you're behind in the polls like he is. And frankly, to disenfranchise voters in Florida and North Carolina, which is what has happened in the last 2 weeks, is also a risk. And I'm pointing out the fact that we should be practicing democracy, not stifling it.
Just to be clear, you are saying because you think he's unelectable, you believe he's a threat to democracy. So you're ultimately still calling him a threat to democracy.
I will say those who are propagating this delusion that he will beat Donald Trump, they collectively are a threat to democracy. I'm just going to call it like I see it. And that's what the country is saying in every single poll. And if we don't wake up soon, Kristen, we're going to be in for a tragedy. And this time we know it. 2016, we couldn't believe it. This time we better believe it. And that's the truth. I just want to make it clear. He is not a threat. He's a good man and someone I respect. But this delusion that he can win is a threat to democracy, yes.
Can you?
It's so funny that there's like 4 different ways to look at Biden v. Trump in a rematch. There's some people out there that believe Joe could only beat Trump. There are some people out there that believe, well, there's 50 other Democrats out there that could beat Trump that are better than Joe Biden. Then there's the people out there that think if it was Biden against Trump, Trump's going to lose, so we got to find somebody else. And we see the polls, Nikki Haley's up 17 points or 12 points. There's got to be at least 4 to 6 different scenarios out there where This guy is only in it to beat this guy. This guy can't beat that guy. That guy could beat that person but wouldn't beat anybody else. It's fascinating as we just keep going round and round with this whole thing. The only thing that I think we all can definitively arrive at the conclusion of, from at least from what we get when we gauge the public, is the American public are fatigued and exhausted by the drama surrounding both individuals. I mean, that is the one thing I think that if you polled most Americans, and I'm talking not just 1,500 people or a 1-week sample size, but if we went around and polled 100,000 voters and we said, are you fatigued by Trump v. Biden talk?
Mm-hmm.
And I think most people would say yes.
This political strategist said on MSNBC yesterday that people are claiming unhappiness with the economy, but it's actually not about the economy. It's about Joe Biden and his age.
Yeah.
Cut 13, guys, go.
Check. Well, people are not acting in terms of what they're saying, they're feeling. You know, we are in the midst of a record Christmas shopping season. Business startups are at an all-time high. If people were really worried about inflation in the economy, those things would not be occurring. Mm-hmm. What I think is happening is people are claiming an unhappiness with the economy that's really about how they feel about Joe Biden and his age.
So let's put a number.
I don't understand why the economy and his age are even brought together in the same argument. To me, if you're unhappy with the economy, it's probably because when you go to the grocery store, prices are insane. If you're trying to buy a home for the first time, it's almost impossible. Car prices, auto loans.
everyday stuff that people buy.
Correct.
Is up.
Right.
That's what they're talking about.
Mhm.
You can play with these numbers about inflation. It's like, well, this is down and this is up and this
Right.
is down. But it's how people are, when they go to their grocery store bill is 17% higher
Yeah.
than it was a couple of years ago.
Right.
When they're trying to buy a house, it's this much more expensive. You know what I mean? That's what these strategists and stuff don't get.
Well, the spin they put on inflation and the unemployment rate is just ridiculous. Of course, inflation is down. It couldn't have gone much higher than when it was, at 9.7% or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So it had to go down from there. And then when the unemployment rate is sitting at 3.7% and they're talking about, well, we just created all of these jobs. Yeah, but you took a lot of those jobs away during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't really create anything new. There's not a new net positive. You just went back to pre-pandemic numbers. Nope.
Speaking of Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, NBC's Ken Delanian says that the press conference that Hunter gave 2 days ago that we all talked about and played the sound of, NBC's Ken Delanian says that Hunter Biden has been acting like a person who may expect a pardon. This is coming from NBC, which is why I think this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is cut. Where are we here, guys? Cut 12. Go.
The White House has pledged that President Biden will not pardon his son on any of the federal charges he's facing. What are you hearing about that?
Well, his camp is not saying much about it, but my observation and analysis is that Hunter Biden has been acting like a person who may expect a pardon. Because, first of all, he walked away from that plea deal, which the judge raised questions about, but they were not able to reach a deal. This plea agreement would have called for no jail time. Now he's facing 2 felony indictments, and he still doesn't have the immunity that he was seeking in that plea deal. He's going on offense. You saw him make those public statements. That's not the behavior generally of a criminal defendant, but it's some people believe it could be the behavior of someone who never expects to see the inside of a prison cell, even if convicted on these very serious charges, Kristen.
So a pardon. Joe has said that he would not pardon his son. I've actually seen some people on social media the last day or so suggesting that if Trump got reelected, that he would pardon Hunter and Joe Biden. Did you see that story?
No.
And that would actually create some sort of, I forget the way they framed it and positioned it. I could never see Donald Trump pardoning anybody on that side after what they've done to him. Not in a million years.
No.
No.
Joe Biden yesterday was in Bethesda, Maryland for some sort of NIH event, and he said that Israel needs to be more careful to protect civilians during its fighting in Gaza. The president was asked if he wants Israel to scale back the intensity of its fight. This is what he said. Where are we here? Cut 8, guys, go.
Do you want Israel to scale back its assault on Gaza by the end of the year? Do you want them to tone it down, move to a lower intensity phase?
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
Be more careful.
Be more careful. I guess that would probably be the crux of the rift between Joe and Kamala. There's a report out now that they are at odds over this whole situation, which is fascinating that they are not on the same page when it comes to this issue specifically. But I look, yes, obviously you got to be careful with civilian lives. But this whole narrative that Hamas can come in and just do all this savage, barbaric stuff, and then Israel can, well, you certainly can defend yourself, and you have your right to do blah, 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 but be careful with X, Y, and Z. I hate the way that they have positioned and framed this.
A little bit more amusing here. Cut 6 here. He was introduced at this event, and by the way, if you're not watching, he's standing in front of like a big sign that says lowering prescription drug costs, and it's basically like he's standing at a pharmacy.
Yep.
Like he's standing at CVS,
Mhm.
and he forgets the name of the person that introduced him.
Right.
So he calls the person my introducer. Cut 6 here, guys. Go.
Individual patients' lives as well as money. So I want to thank you all for taking the time to be here. I want to thank my introducer. It's going to get down to $2,000 a year. Max, 2035. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very, very much.
My introducer.
That's what I'm going to be saying tonight at around 6:30 at the Andy Chan Holiday Block Party. I'd like to thank my
my introducer.
Well, here comes my. This is what's her name? Is that Dawn? My news lady. I'm going to thank my news lady. God Almighty. My introducer.
He also said, you guys will be happy to know this, that they're investing in 3 new COVID vaccines.
3.
Cut 7 here, guys. Go.
In the first place, it's a simple principle. You shouldn't pay the highest price in the world for drugs that your tax dollars have already helped create. We're already begun to secure fair pricing clauses and contracts for new COVID vaccines, 3 new COVID vaccines.
Wow.
And we recently proposed that when a drug company prices drugs so high that Americans can't afford them, and those drugs were created by the American tax dollars,
why is he squinting?
the federal government can step in and allow other companies to make and sell that same drug for less.
Get this man glasses.
As they did it here.
Well, he's better with his hands
This is all
than
part of my
DeSantis is.
administration's work to promote competition across our economy, to lower costs, to raise wages, and improve care. Last week, we announced new steps to crack down on anti-competitive practices in healthcare. And we're going after what we call junk fees, like junk health insurance plans.
Junk fee Joe.
He
loves junk fees, doesn't he?
Here's the thing, and this is no disrespect, because you know what, I had a neighbor who lived to like 101, and this guy was out mowing his lawn every day. He was splitting wood, like he was a
trooper.
He was a trooper. He just sounds so old,
sounds
and I don't
tired and fragile.
He does. It doesn't. I don't know. I just feel like he sounds every bit of his 81 years.
Yes.
And look, that's no shot against him. People age differently. I understand that.
Look
but
at me.
like,
Hair's gone, the whole bit. No, but he's the thing that I thought was interesting is, so you've got 3 new COVID vaccines coming out. So I'm assuming they're anticipating 3 new variants, and they want to create, this idea that you want to keep getting your shots and keep getting your boosters. But think about this: the market fall off for Pfizer. Have you seen Pfizer's stock price? I mean, it has just gone completely downhill. And why is that? The demand for the newest booster is not resonating with Americans.
Yeah.
What, 9% of those that are eligible have gotten the latest booster? So if nobody's buying booster 5, why are we creating booster 6, 7, and 8 that nobody's going to buy? Seems like a waste of money to me, but
it's a good question. Moving on here to cut 10 there, boys. Bernie Sanders, speaking of what's happening in Gaza right now, Bernie Sanders says that Biden should not give $10 billion to Bibi Netanyahu's right-wing government to continue their horrific military strategy. Cut 10, guys, go.
Israel has the right to defend itself against Hamas terrorism. It does not have the right to go to war against the Palestinian people and kill thousands of innocent children and women and men. I have asked President Biden to do two things. Number one, not support $10 billion for Netanyahu's right-wing government to continue their horrific military strategy.
Speaking of looks,
to support the United Nations resolution.
Why is he walking
towards
towards
provide
the
a humanitarian
Why is that jacket so
ceasefire so that the UN and other aid organizations
He walks by a broom
can provide humanitarian relief that the Palestinian people desperately need.
He's like the Walking Dead, walking towards you, like, okay, as you're backing up.
Can we just get all of these fossils out of government? Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, just go. Enough. And whose idea was it to film in the janitorial wing of wherever he's at?
If you watch it with no sound on, go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you watch that with no sound on, it just looks like somebody from The Walking Dead coming at you, and you're like backing up slowly, like, okay, zombie socialist.
Yep.
I don't know what you're talking
There's
about.
a hand sanitizer station in the background. Oh, my God. But again, this is what I just mentioned about how all of a sudden we got to have all these little certain nuanced rules to what Israel does in their retaliation to Hamas. I just said this about 5 minutes ago, and here's Bernie laying it out again. Look, nobody's saying that you're rooting for children and civilians to die, but you know what? Sometimes innocent people die during war.
I'm just watching that back up.
Look at
back. It's just
look how big the jacket sleeves
this
are.
is why socialism works.
It's like an Alice in Wonderland. It goes right along from the White House, Joe Biden.
Creepy. Oh, that's what Bernie should have been in that video.
He should have been.
Pirouetting.
In the Nutcracker video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pirouetting. Come on.
A lot of
Wearing a
nuts.
top hat.
Mixed nuts.
Yeah.
I've never been to Vermont, but after hearing Bernie Sanders for all these years,
Vermont's lovely.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why do I get the feeling that everybody in Vermont sounds like Bernie Sanders?
91 LSXer says, is Bernie in a hotel in the Shining's hallways? the movie The Shining, he does look like he's...
Dude, look how big the jacket is again.
I know.
I mean, you could have stuck Daniel Valdez inside of his coat and it filled out nicely.
Yeah. By the way, like, now all of a sudden we're talking about, well, we have to be careful about the $10 billion we send to Israel, but Ukraine, whenever they need something, we're like, no problem.
Right, $200 million, you got it.
We don't have any sort of guardrails on that, do we?
No, of course not.
Moving on to cut 5 here, boys. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, we discussed this yesterday. She wanted to have, or she was caught having a holiday party for electeds of color.
That's right, no white people.
Electeds of color. She doubles down on it.
Oh, okay.
Cut 5 here. Guys, go.
I think we've had individual conversations with everyone so people understand that it was truly just an honest mistake that went out in typing the email field, and I look forward to celebrating with everyone at the holiday parties that we will have besides this one as well. So it is my intention that we can, again, be a city that lives our values and create space for all kinds of communities to come together.
Mm-hmm. Just not white people. So basically what she's trying to argue is segregation is inclusive? Is that the takeaway?
Well, she didn't say. So does it sound to you, Dawn, Nick, does it sound to you like she's saying that it was miswritten?
No.
Or wasn't written properly?
This is about as valid of a defense as the clerk from Fulton County that put out that the indictment. Remember the indictment came out before they actually voted on it?
Yep.
And the jurors came back with the ruling?
Yeah.
They had this thing typed up. It was ready to go. And the only reason she's even trying, and she's making it worse for herself, by the way, and she's a Harvard graduate also, so there you go with inclusivity. She's doubling down because she got exposed. This got, I don't know, this went out to the Boston Herald, and now she's just making it worse.
Well, I just want to parse her words. I want to play it one more time here, boys. I'm going to play it one more time here. Cut 5 again. Ready, go.
I think we've had individual conversations with everyone, so people understand that it was truly just an honest mistake that went out in typing the email field, and I look forward to celebrating with everyone at
she's
the
saying it was a
holiday
mistake.
parties that we will have besides this one as well. So it is my intention that we can again be a city that lives our values and creates space for all kinds of communities to come together.
You know, typing in the email field, how do you accidentally type in electeds of color? How do you do that?
I don't know.
Elon Musk put out a great tweet last night. He said DEI must die. The point was to end discrimination, not replace it with different discrimination.
Yeah.
That's really what it is if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just another form of discriminating. Embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure her.
Well, Greg, you're not a Harvard grad, so you
Sorry,
don't
I
understand
know.
the context.
I know.
Hasn't Claudine Gay taught you anything this week?
Yeah, they put the. Thank you, boys. You guys put the invitation up there. Elected
from Denise Dos Santos.
Elected of color holiday party tomorrow.
Yeah.
On behalf of Mayor Michelle Wu, I cordially invite you and a guest on the Electeds of Color holiday party. I mean, how do you
Was it
mistake
supposed
that?
to be electeds of all? Was it supposed to be electeds of every identity politics box? No, it was electeds of color, and
that wasn't a mistake.
No, that got leaked to the Boston Herald. I forget. I don't even know who. It must have went to somebody's office that it wasn't supposed to, and they probably went to the Boston Herald and said, "Hey, look at this." And then quickly, this Denise Dos Santos, she/her/hers in her pronoun signature, had to do a 15-minute backpedal. And if I'm Michelle Wu, I'm firing Denise. But Michelle won't do that because Michelle Wu is all about identity politics. And Denise Dos Santos has 3 pronouns in her her email signature. She's the Director of City Council Relations and the Office of Intergovernmental Relations for Michelle Wu, City of Boston.
Yeah, I just don't know how you say that this is a mistake.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think tonight? We go down to the Andy Chan holiday party and we say this is only for listeners of color? We exclude all white people? Would that go over well?
I don't
You
think
know
it would
what? No Asian or no Hispanic people tonight, folks.
Yeah.
Nope, you can't come. I'm sorry. This is just for a certain demographic of people. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. I typed that up improperly. We're going to fire somebody now. These people.
One more, then we can get to Dawn's Big Three. Terrell Owens, former Eagle Terrell Owens, was on the Jason Lee show. Are you familiar with the show, Nick?
No, but everybody's got a show, a podcast, and a book. So what I'm doing is nothing I do is unique anymore, apparently.
Discussing what, the infamous Colin Kaepernick. And he said that the protests of Colin Kaepernick shed a light on how white people see us.
Oh, God.
So, dope and overrated player Terrell Owens says that it's how white people see us. Cut one, guys. Go.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up Colin being from San Francisco and the culture of the NFL, and with Colin taking the knee. Is that something that, because now, again, we live in a world where you see a lot more on social media. Back then, it was something we hadn't seen. Knowing the culture of the NFL, was that something that you knew would have created such a backlash?
No, I didn't. I never would have thought,
First of all, why does he have sunglasses on? It's inside. I mean, come on, dude.
Yep. I know. Because his star burns so bright, man. Those aren't sunglasses, by the way. Those are hater blockers.
By the way, thank you, Tio, for the Super Bowl that you brought to the city. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. By the way, I might have to rethink the whole McNabb-Tio rift in my stance after we hear this clip.
Why? Oh, all right.
Yeah.
All right, we continue, guys. Sorry.
would have created the firestorm that it has. Never thought that this guy would never step back on the football field because of that. But it just really shed light on really how this world works and how really a lot of the white people see us. And for so many years, we've tried to voice that. I mean, for 400 plus something years, we've been telling you these are some of the things that have been going on. And it took, like I said, who would have thought that it took a knee to bring all of this back to life or resurface.
But now it seems like it's been so long since he's been out that it's just business as usual now. I mean, you see Jay-Z partnered with the NFL. Now Rock Nation is kind of responsible for the entertainment. What do you think about that?
Yeah, and I don't like that because you're addressing it at that time, but where's the momentum of what is going on? Where's the continuation of really trying to rectify or bring some type of solution to it? Not just for the moment, we got to continue. It's continued work. It's not just for that moment, and then you address it, and then it's swept under the rug after a few weeks or a couple of months or what have you, and then like you said, it's back. It's business back to usual. It has to be continued effort to
business back to usual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another mind-numbing comment from Terrell Owens, number 81. I actually might have to rethink my whole stance that T.O. was the good guy and McNabb was the snowflake. Maybe McNabb was right and T.O.'s just a psychotic, delusional nut job. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
The NFL hasn't stopped with their social justice messaging. We still see it. End racism in the back of the end zone, things on people's helmets, apparel that you can purchase. Remember we were just talking last week about the social justice messages that you could get on the NFL hats that you could buy at NFLshop.com.
Yep.
So none of that has changed. Kaepernick, he shot himself in the foot, first of all, because he was a depreciating asset. He was on the decline for 2 years anyway. And then he took the knee. And it wasn't even just that. It was the pigs on the socks, depicting cops as pigs. Yep. And they realized, I think a lot of these owners said, okay, he's more of a headache and a locker room drama guy than he's an asset on the field at this point.
Yep.
Pretty simple.
I just remember him crying.
Yeah.
That's my quarterback.
I mean, Michael Vick came back from killing dogs and played in the NFL.
Yeah, I know.
And they said, you know what, he offers more than the trouble, and they took a risk, and it paid off for some of those teams. Kaepernick was the exact opposite.
By the way, we should actually break before we get to Dawn, but Jared Price on Twitter has an interesting point about the Boston mayor thing.
Yeah.
He says the mistake was that they sent it to everyone, not just the people of color. That was the mistake of sending it out.
Oh,
was
that's
that
right.
they
Yes.
sent
So
it
true.
to everybody and not just the people that they intended to.
Could you imagine winning an election as a white person, and then it's like 4 o'clock on a Thursday, and you check your email, and you see that, and you read it? Electeds of color.
Yeah, imagine that.
Ooh, I'm going to get back at Michelle Wu.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get to Dawn Stensland's Big Three. We've also got a couple of updates to get to, including the NAACP leader is now defending Harvard President Claudine Gay, saying that her critics are advancing a white supremacist agenda. Yes, we knew that was coming. Kayal and Company as we roll on here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Eagles at minus 168 against the Seahawks on Monday night. That's the money line. Put $5 down. You win $3, but you'll get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when the Eagles win. All from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. That's right, $150 when the Eagles win. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now to sign up. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Does your broker say, "We're different, we're a fiduciary, we only make money when you make money"? Well, the reality is no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country which fully records all educational sessions, guaranteeing a fiduciary responsibility and transparency.
My name is Ed Topkowitz. I went with Crash Proof Retirement in 2013. Crash Proof Retirement earned my trust. When you come in, everything's recorded. I think is proof that they are fiduciary. I have a team of expert people who know what they're doing and have me as their first concern. And you don't pay any fee.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Is your home in need of new windows and doors, but you've decided to brave through one more cold season before making the plunge? Well, let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the end-of-the-year sale from the great people at Guida Door and Window. Guida is bringing back their biggest discounts of the year. Receive 40% off each window you buy. Yes, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money, because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st, so call Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-384-7878. That's 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Kissing Santa Claus. I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus underneath the mistletoe last night.
It's Kayal and Company. 8:35. Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. One more $50 gift card to Burger King coming up at 9:20 this morning for our morning mystery movie clip. Also, still ahead this morning, a couple of stories to get to. Breathing is bad for the environment, and it's helping kill the planet. So scientists say you should probably stop breathing. We're going to get to that story. Also, Morgan Wallen on why country music star Morgan Wallen, why he will never get into politics, and makes a couple of really interesting observations. We will get to that. And then also, we have to get to, at the top of the hour, this story of a former NFL punter that had his career derailed over allegations of sexual assault and rape that were both proven not to have occurred, and he had everything dropped criminally and civilly. In fact, he was not even present when the rape occurred. The media malpractice and the bias by omission, as Dawn talks about, is staggering with this story. And I want to bring some light to this coming up in just a little bit. Also, we have an update on Claudine Gay. But first, let's get to a Big Three with Dawn Stenzlin at 8:36.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
And we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So, number one, Philadelphia ski masks are banned, and you could face up to $2,000 if you're wearing a ski mask, especially during the commission of a crime. Otherwise, it's $250 in Philadelphia. Notably, this ski mask ban obviously trying to curb the crime here in Philadelphia with those masked individuals. But notably, Mayor Jim Kenney, who is a lame duck and ending his tenure here in Philadelphia, Jim Kenney did not sign it. So he did not veto it. He did not sign it. And so therefore, let it be.
Jim Kenny's just lame. I don't think we even need to have the duck in there. He's just lame.
This is a good one.
Yeah.
Number two, police. So we have the SEPTA police strike. That's continuing amid negotiation. And what about recruitments for all police? Well, Governor Josh Shapiro signed a bill that's obviously seeking to address the trouble with recruiting law enforcement post defund the police movements. So he's trying to address that shortage of police officers across Pennsylvania, not just here in Philadelphia. And he has signed the bill that passed in the House and the Senate that will essentially help with recruitment. What does it do? It reduces physical fitness standards for municipal police academy recruits.
Mm-hmm.
And so the cities, in other words, they don't have to quite do as many push-ups and sit-ups and run quite as much.
So we're lowering the bar for quality, physically fit officers. So this is like kind of a double whammy. It's the whole defund the police movement. Why would you ever want to be a cop in this day and age? The media destroys you. The Democratic politicians destroy you. But so to boost things, I would think maybe increase pay, maybe let them enforce the law to the fullest extent of the law. But now we're going to have basically, as Mr. Kennedy said yesterday from 1962, chubby fat guys as cops. That's great. It's good to know. It's just like when you don't hit your recruiting goals in the military. The military is not hitting their recruiting goals because of all this DEI nonsense. That's really reassuring, knowing that our troops aren't as tough as they possibly could be to achieve quotas. Great.
Yeah, so these shortages are significant. We've talked about the fact that this past summer we reached that unfortunate milestone where we are short more than 1,000 officers. That's just in Philadelphia.
And this is coming off of the story he just talked about this 2 weeks ago, I think, where they are lowering the academic standards, right? You don't need to have, is it 60 college credits anymore? I think just a high school?
Yeah, they removed the college credit requirements.
Which I'm okay with that. I have no problem with that. But, if you can't pass a certain physical fitness threshold, I don't like that at all.
Well, speaking of college, I don't see that it's a college major anywhere, but we talked yesterday about this week in our Pennsylvania legislature, mostly Democrats declared Taylor Swift, the superstar pop star singer and Pennsylvania native, Berks County native, as because of her 34th birthday as Taylor Swift Era's Day. But did you know that there are many college courses across the nation, including Harvard, who have a Taylor Swift and Her World class?
Oh.
So this is one way that they're attracting the Swifties to come to their colleges based on a class about Taylor Swift.
So I'm not sure now who I despise more, Taylor Swift or Harvard. Now they're a perfect marriage. They're perfectly meant for each other. So you can get college credits to learn something Taylor Swift related.
Yes, so songwriting and literature classes.
Okay, I mean, I get that.
So
I didn't know the specifics. Okay. I mean, if you want to get into the music field, I can understand there being some Taylor Swift element to maybe just throw her name on it, and it probably will sell because the Swifties are all left-wingers. A lot of them probably end up going to Harvard, and they see Taylor Swift. Just the brand name alone will probably get them to sign up and enroll in the course.
Yeah, the only, Nick, what you make me think of is that I don't know that she's in all honesty, I know Jackson Brown. There are people who study his lyrics because he's a great songwriter and writer. For her, I would say it's a marketing class.
Yeah.
She knows how to market herself.
And what do you learn from Taylor Swift? How to break up with an ex? Isn't every song about like one of her ex-boyfriends? Which
That's
makes me
true.
wonder when the Travis Kelce single is going to come out. Because that'll eventually end too.
I know, and he'll
Yeah.
be crying to Big Brother Jason.
We
and
might have to
his
play it on the show.
podcast.
I might have to make an
I
executive
know.
decision here.
She's gonna break his heart.
Mm-hmm.
I love their last one, and they kind of, Jason, who's obviously the better Kelsey brother, and he got all teared up and was because talking about their mom. It was really sweet.
By the way, did you see some of the pushback that Jordan Mailata is getting from Eagles fans? They're basically ridiculing him for spending too much time making Christmas albums and not enough time protecting Jalen Hurts in the pocket.
Please.
I mean, they have a point.
They do. I love. God bless Eagle fans. Like, we have no problem with you putting out a holiday single.
Just win.
Just as long as you're winning.
Yeah,
When
but that
you
was
lose,
out. That was out long ago.
Yeah.
Protect our franchise.
Yes.
So they're, come on,
Mhm.
not for nothing, but you're just whining because we're losing. But we're now. I guess yesterday, by the way, they were supposed to have a walkthrough. Did you
Yep.
see that? They're just now. They said no, we're not going to walk through. We're going to practice.
Yeah, they should. I'd
Yeah.
make them go full pads, hitting, sweating, make it like summer camp again.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm on the Eagles on Monday night, -3.5.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I love it.
Yep.
Well, you know what I'm on? Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com. Gift cards are available. That's JosephAnthony.com on this sunny, warmer than usual day. Mid-50s today and tomorrow. Enjoy it. Kayal and Company. News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:43 here on this Friday morning. So we have an update on the Harvard debacle. You knew this would eventually get to this point. First, it was racism. Now it is the advancement of a white supremacist agenda when it comes to going after Claudine Gay, the Harvard president. So says the leader of the NAACP. NAACP President Derek Johnson defended embattled Harvard President Claudine Gay, claiming, quote, the attacks on her leadership are nothing more than political theatrics advancing a white supremacist agenda. Gay has come under fire in recent weeks for both the backlash to controversial comments about anti-Semitism and the accusations of plagiarism. But the NAACP is saying that if you criticize her for either, this is nothing more than Nick Kayal's diabolical plot to further push his white supremacy idea in this country. Now, see, this has nothing to do with her race, her religion, her gender, her sexual orientation, any of that. This has to do, I can't believe we have to reiterate this one last time, and hopefully this will be much like the Bud Light story the last time we talk about Claudine Gay, because as I said a few days ago, prior to this debacle by her on Capitol Hill in front of Elise Stefanik, nobody in America had any idea who Claudine Gay was or what she looked like or what she believed in or what she practices. But she shot herself in the foot by refusing multiple times because she was all lawyered up, Harvard smart president, probably with a Harvard attorney or another Ivy League legal person that said, here's the script, stick to this. And Elise Stefanik did a great job of basically cross-examining her, for lack of a better phrase, putting her on the spot, putting Liz McGill on the spot, the leader of MIT on the spot. And we know the way they think at Harvard. They don't value free speech, but when it comes to something that they advocate for, all of a sudden they go from a 0.0 free speech rating, 248th out of 248 institutions, according to the latest free speech rankings, according to FIRE. Then all of a sudden, well, this is, there's context and there's nuance and this is protected speech and we're going to change our code of conduct and we've seen all this fallout, but now you knew people would jump in. I'm just waiting for Al Sharpton to be on one of the weekend shows this week and he'll be, pushing his radical thoughts again on this whole idea. It's a pretty simple concept to me. It has nothing to do with who you are or what you look like. It's the words that are coming out of your mouth. And Harvard, they wanted to play hardball. They were not going to follow in the footsteps of Penn. That is their right. But I don't think that this story will be going away anytime soon until the next thing comes out that people get triggered by. But again, predictable from the left. I know Claudine Gay is probably like, oh, here comes these white supremacists, Hunter Biden. It's the same no matter what story we've talked about this week. Every time somebody on the left is found guilty of doing something, accused of doing something, they never own it. They never embrace it. They never say, my fault, and then move on. They try to spin it as they are the ones under attack, and they are the ones that are the victims, when the reality is that is not the case. And speaking of victims, I want to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with this story, and I think we could definitely have some conversation about this. We have seen, and this is about not necessarily the Me Too movement or Believe All Women. I know that was a hashtag for a while on social media. We as a society in this woke world that we live in have got to get away from the concept of always, without a doubt, 100% believing anybody from any marginalized community historically that they are telling the truth when they claim that they have been damaged, harmed, or under attack. UC Smollett, oh, you couldn't question it. It was just had to be true. It was not true. This story goes to the Believe All Women movement. And let me preface this by saying men lie, women lie, straight people lie, gay people lie, black people lie, Hispanic people lie, Asian people lie, good people lie, bad people lie. So there's liars in every group of society. But 2 summers ago, in August of 2021, then Bills punter Matt Araiza was named in a civil lawsuit alleging that he participated in what many have called a gruesome gang rape of a 17-year-old girl when he was in college and attending a party at San Diego State University. He was a punter for the Aztecs. The Buffalo Bills ultimately ended up drafting him. And now we have come to the realization that everything he was accused of did not happen. Matt Araiza was completely smeared and crushed by sports media. It was automatically presumed that he must have raped this lady or participated in the rape, this gruesome gang rape of this 17-year-old that had to experience this awful attack at San Diego State University. The Buffalo Bills ultimately ended up cutting him, I believe, and he has been out of the league ever since he's been cleared. He's been cleared criminally, he's been cleared civilly, and yet I don't see, other than the article I have in front of me, which was written by Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports, he has a title, an article titled, "Where Does Matt Araiza Go to Get His Reputation, Let Alone His NFL Career Back?"
Yeah.
And I think this really needs to be said. We have to stop with this rushing to judgment and automatically presuming that a man, in this case, raped a woman, or a white guy committed a racist act, or any time the, quote, white, straight, cis male is in violation of doing something, we automatically assume, well, it has to be true because history tells us that these people of these communities were marginalized, which obviously they were. And females have had to fight for so many things, rightfully so, over the last 100 years. They made unbelievable progress. We've seen it kind of get stripped away with the whole Riley Gaines stuff. So women have every right to fight what they have fought and earn what they have earned. But, like, I want to defend the man here. Like, at what point does this guy get his career back, his reputation, his lost wages? Like, we just got to stop with this automatically assuming everybody's guilty, because the last time I checked, and I don't want to get all legally on people, Lady Justice is blind. Lady Justice is supposed to, there's a reason why they say Lady Justice is blind, and the only things that matter in a court case are the facts. So I just, like, what does this guy do now? Because he's been smeared, nobody will hire him, and it's ridiculous because criminally and civilly, they found no wrongdoing. Oh, by the way, he was not even present at the gang rape. But yet somebody's going to be out there and be like, they're going to be like, well, I don't think we could hire Matt Araiza. It's going to bring a lot of bad PR. I'm like, what PR? The manufactured drama from left-wing sports media members? What do we do about this? Because this guy, I think, we talk about people getting back pay for getting fired for not getting the COVID shot. Well, this guy did nothing wrong, and he's probably lost out. I don't know what punters make in the NFL, $500,000 a year, $1 million. Lost out on a nice chunk of change. And, oh, by the way, his livelihood and reputation. So what should there be a punishment for those who accuse people of doing something that ultimately is proven not to be true? I'm not saying that this girl should go to jail for the same amount of time that this guy was facing in criminal court, but there's got to be some sort of restitution, for a lack of a better term. Dawn, your thoughts, because this obviously does involve females, and I hope I'm not coming off as a chauvinistic pig or anything, but I just feel like we have to just stop automatically assuming that every time a female claims X, well, there's no doubt about it, the man must have done it. Women lie sometimes.
No, and you're a father of daughters.
Yeah.
And so what we want to do here is make sure that anybody who, God forbid, is assaulted, a girl, a young woman, a woman of any generation, that is properly prosecuted.
Yep.
The problem with, crying wolf, if you will, is that it diminishes the real victims.
Yes.
The real survivors of assault. And this is a conversation that does happen among advocacy groups because ultimately you don't want that to happen where somebody, God forbid, is date raped or assaulted in any way, shape, or form, and they go, oh, here's another one. And that's the real problem here. There was, and some of the wealthy football players who are there was another one in the headlines with 2 baby mamas and his wife.
Tyreek Hill.
Is that, and
yeah.
And so ultimately that all gets shoved into one box or bucket, if you will. And that means that individuals who survive something that's horrible and unthinkable, that they may not get the justice that they deserve, as well as keeping predators on the streets.
You made a great point about, the boy who cried wolf. That's the same thing with accusations of racism or homophobia or transphobia, because if this keeps happening, and I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it has become very convenient to cry racism or cry this or cry that. And if people eventually get tired of it and are tired of hearing about it, and it's proven not to be true, when a real instance does occur and nobody does want to believe the real victim this time around, that's actually a tragedy as well, because then it's like, well, you know what? You keep crying wolf, and eventually the big bad wolf does come, and nobody wanted to believe you. It's really sad.
It's so true.
And this lady here, who was 17 at the time, I think she is now 19 or 20 years old, officially on Tuesday, the final piece of this story, the accuser withdrew the civil suit against Areza. So I know we have, ways of recovering compensation through slander and defamation and libel. I don't know if that is exactly what the recourse is for Areza from a civil standpoint, but, there's got to be a way for this man to get back, his livelihood again. And they like to say, they use the term, make the victim whole again. Areza was the victim here.
So are they saying that this gang rape didn't happen, or just that he wasn't involved?
He was not involved, but was not on the premises of the night in question.
But it did happen.
From what I gather here, yes. I don't see it. Now, this is not a legal column. This was written from a sports angle by Dan Wetzel, who's a sports reporter. He's got some quotes in here, but I am not seeing anything that it did not happen, although they says San Diego County Police investigated the incident and declined to recommend that any charges be filed against anyone. The San Diego County Prosecutor's Office then conducted a separate independent investigation and came to the same conclusion. So, I don't know. If I'm him, I'm getting my money back and I'm getting my job back.
It's hard, though, because she can say, I just misremembered him being there.
Yes. And look, I've never been in a situation where, the trauma of a female. So, who knows the way your brain remembers things.
And how would that look for him suing, if this did happen, suing somebody who was gang raped and underage at the time?
I would love to know if he can sue the NFL for essentially being, for lack of a better term, he's been blackballed by the league. He was apparently a really, really good punter.
Well, here's the other thing is that we're suspending you or whatever they did to him until this investigation is finalized. Like, that's probably in the NFL's code of conduct book, right?
Yeah, I would imagine.
So I don't think that I think it's egregious what happened, and this I think this kid's like 23 years old. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
he's still a young guy. He has his whole life ahead of him. But like, you get out of the NFL for a couple of years, and like, it's hard to get back.
Yes,
especially that job.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
He was dubbed the punt god by fans, and he had a 4-year contract, and his contract value was $3.8 million.
Wow.
So, after taxes, he's probably lost about $1.9 million in his pocket.
I just fear like there's absolutely no recourse for him. You know what I mean? Because he's going to look bad suing that girl.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably some fine print in the NFL's handbook that says, hey, if there's an active investigation going on about you, we have the right not to.
You don't get due process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, like, what do you do?
And I love how he could be cut by the Bills before both the criminal and civil proceedings play out. Like, they automatically were like, all right, you're guilty, or we just don't want to deal with the headache, so you're out. But what happens if you're proven not to be not guilty? Or in this case, the civil suit is dropped altogether. So
Well, what happened with what's his name, Deshaun Watson?
he's still in the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still in the league. I mean, he had all of these off-field settlements.
Yeah.
Remember, he ended up basically paying, I think, 20 different women.
But he was out of the league for a while this whole thing was going on.
He was on
right?
he was on like the commissioner exempt list, and then he was suspended. He was I want to say he was out of the league for about a year and a half completely, even though the Cleveland Browns gave him like a $300 million contract in the middle of the investigation.
Because they alleged that, he was taking advantage of women who were massaging him or something like that.
Yes. And that he went and did a bunch of whole different acts when you're in the massage table underneath the blanket, and you take off your shirt and your shorts, and he's a real sick guy. And I think there's 25 now. I don't think I'm contradicting myself when I say this. Now, although there are people out there that are trying to get their payday and get in on the action as well, this was an isolated incident where this was one female accusing Areza. In the Deshaun Watson case, I believe 34 women came forward.
Oh, boy.
So either 34 women are lying, or maybe one woman's telling the truth and 33 are lying, or they're all like, so what's going on? My guess is that Deshaun Watson is absolutely guilty of what these women accused him of. But that is the latest on that story. I would like to see the media, too, also issue up an apology and write a column saying our fault, we're wrong. Because they love to ruin your career, and then when they're wrong, they just move on to the next target.
They don't even acknowledge it.
Nope.
Because to your point, I hadn't heard. I mean, I saw news stories about it because it's my job to find this stuff, but it's not out there everywhere.
Nope. It's just out there on Yahoo, written by Dan Wetzel. All right, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Final hour on the way, including our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. Your chance to win a $50 gift card to Burger King, courtesy of Burger King and Simply Orange Juice. But right now, tell you about my friends at Wawa, because they have two great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. You can go to wawa.com and pick one of their festive card designs. Enter your card amount and write a message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly. Or, how about this? Schedule it to arrive at just the right moment. But if you want to head on out to your local Wawa, they got the gift cards right there at the counter. And they've got something for everybody on your list. You'll find gift cards for the Wawa fan in your life and for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox. Grab one for your boss or your favorite aunt or uncle and make everybody's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. There's a whole new musical element to it. He performs with the City Rhythm Orchestra. So if you get an opportunity, get out and see the new Joe Conklin show.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26 and 27. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies fees as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Immerse yourself in premium nationwide coverage, contract-free plans, and always-free activation with Consumer Cellular, now at your local Target. While you're there, check out our newest phone, the Iris Flip. It's all the phone and camera you need, plus it features a user-friendly design, making it the perfect flip phone. From now to December 16th, you can score $10 off when you buy the Consumer Cellular Iris Flip at Target, making it only $39.99. Visit your nearest Target for the full scoop.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. Good tidings for Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Kayal and Company, 9:04. Welcome back in, fourth and final hour here on this Friday morning as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 on Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT. Get us on YouTube as well, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hopefully we will see a few of you, if not a bunch of you, later this afternoon into the evening hours. Fourth annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party coming up between right on 2nd and in between Market and Chestnut, as we'll be bouncing around, I guess, from a multitude of establishments.
We'll be bouncing.
Yes.
There we
Bud Lights will be flowing. Tales will be told. Nick and Greg will get there at 5 o'clock. Dawn will be there when she gets there. You got to run the kids around, take care of Larry Bear a whole bit.
Is Larry coming with you?
I don't know.
She doesn't know. We'll save you a Bud Light or a bourbon or whatever a glass of red, you name it. I think Mark Fusetti's coming out.
Oh.
I think Sam Oropeza, he said he's going by. And there'll be a lot of people there tonight. And maybe we get the establishment to put Zioli on over the loudspeakers and have a good time.
Zioli will be in Cape May, too, for his last broadcast
that's right.
at the Grand Hotel.
That's today.
Yep.
That's today, and it's a Zioli Christmas miracle.
Oh.
Let us not forget.
Okay.
He's promising a miracle.
So what's that?
I don't know.
That's just a tease. I like it. 3 to 7 today. All right. 855-839-1210. A couple of stories to get to as we continue here. Morning Mystery Movie Clip in about 15 minutes. I always love when somebody in the world of entertainment or sports comes out and tells you why they refuse to get involved in politics. I think it's a very, very smart business decision for their brand, for their bottom line. We'll get to that story as one country music star sounded off on it. Also, scientists are now claiming that breathing is bad for the environment. So I don't know. Stop breathing, stay inside, wear a mask, hold your breath. We don't want to kill the planet. But I mentioned this earlier, and, we talked a lot about the Bidens this week. It's been a hellacious week for Joe Biden, for Hunter Biden, for Jill Biden. Obviously, Joe facing the impeachment inquiry now. That was voted on along party lines. Hunter Biden facing a contempt of Congress, and Jill putting out bad holiday musicals at the White House. But on a serious front, many are wondering now if there is one last saving grace for Joe and for Democrats, and is Jill Biden the only one that can save the Democrats? And I want to go back chronologically, just I guess it was now 2 weeks ago, when we had the DeSantis and Newsom debate. And Hannity basically got Gavin Newsom to say he will not be running in 2024. Okay, so let's take him at face value for just a moment. Let's say he's not the nominee for the Democrats. He's not going to swoop in the summer of 2024 at the convention, and the Democrats aren't going to pull a fast one and elevate Gavin over Joe. Michelle Obama's a complete long shot, even though I think there's better chances of that happening than most people. She's still an incredible long shot. So what are they going to do, and who's going to be the one that tells Joe to step aside? The DNC? I mean, is there going to be, some high up people, the Chuck Schumers of the world? They're going to have these little meetings where, hey, Joe, we think it's best. Or is it Jill that can save the Democrats? So Douglas McKinnon, writer for The Hill, says the following. Long before the latest charges against Hunter Biden, the Biden name had become, for many, a literal punchline. Each passing week brings more and more Democrats or left-leaning journalists openly bemoaning that President Joe Biden will be their nominee for 2024. Left-leaning editor and Biden fan Harold Meyerson has a piece out titled, "Are Democrats Sleepwalking to Disaster?" The main premise being that, quote, Biden is the candidate least able to defeat Donald Trump, and that, quote, other Democrats need to enter the race. Now, earlier this morning, in the cut sheet at 7:45 or thereabout, we played the Democrat from Minnesota. I'm drawing a blank on what the name was, but we played you that clip where he basically positioned it that if you think Joe gives the Democrats the best chance to beat Trump, that school of thought or that thought process is a threat to democracy in itself. And he wasn't saying that Joe's a threat to democracy, but basically running Joe and trotting him out will lead to Trump winning, and Trump being back in the White House is a threat to democracy. So this is interesting because I've been married now since Prohibition, something like that, since 2008, and sometimes it's the wife, it's your better half that sometimes talk some sense into you.
Sometimes, all the time.
Well, sometimes I like to push back. I'm a little combative as a talk show host. I tell her she's wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
I try to say it politely. Honey, I disagree, and here's why. But do you think Joe can or Jill can get through to Joe to get him to step aside?
No.
No. Thank you.
Nope.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's. How would this even become a talking point?
Because Jill is the one who wants to be in the White House. Joe does not.
Oh, see, I disagree. I think they both. I think they love every bit of it. I think. Think about this. Joe has spent 40 plus years in public office, working his way up from the low level ranks to being in Congress to being the VP for 8 years, potentially being president for 8 years. I mean, we're talking about a stretch where this guy could be in office at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for 20 out of 24 calendar years. That's historic. He's power hungry. He's hell bent on. He's even said one of the reasons, or maybe the only reason he's running is because because Trump's running, right? Like, this is a guy I think that has enriched his life by doing all of the things he's accused of doing. And by the way, he's probably set. Well, we know that he's set. But if he wants to continue to line the pockets of his family members, he's not going to have that influence and that power. And the Biden brand name, because that's what Byron Donalds has said, they were selling the Biden name. It was the brand. It was the Biden brand. Well, when Joe and Jill are no longer in the White House, they don't have nearly the influence that they've had when they've been in there. So to me, I would love to know how this comes about. Do you think there are high-ranking Democrats that sit down with Jill and say, hey, look, the reality is we're not polling well. Joe's numbers are now at 33%. You have to find a way to get through to him so that we can replace him. He can claim his own health. He can claim the stress and anxiety and the toll the whole Hunter Biden stuff has taken on him. He's got a lot of outs. It's not like he can't, and even if we don't believe those outs that they present to us,
his age is his
yes, correct. But Democrats, they don't care what the excuse is. I mean, heck, we just saw our squad dem, Jamal Bowman. They double down and lie, and they don't care, and they'll insult your intelligence. So they actually have legit outs that they could use. I think that there is a chance that Jill could be maybe the Democrats' ace up their sleeve, because we've talked about this. Look how thin their bench is. They're not going to go to Kamala. If they want to go to the female African-American, they can go Michelle Obama, but everything has told us that she doesn't want to get involved in this, and it's not her cup of tea.
Nope.
And Gavin has already said, nope, sorry, I'll wait my turn. I'll do the opposite of DeSantis. I'll wait until 2028. So what do you do if you're the Democrats? You have to butter up Jill and say, look, you have to find a way to get through to your husband, or that guy on the right that's a threat to democracy, he's going to be president again. And you know Dems, Dawn, you say this all the time, they always rally around at the last moment and say what you want about their policies, but they are diabolical, and that they are not dumb enough to just say, you know what, let's run it back just the way we did in 2020. Because there's a lot of people that think that won't work again. Is Joe gonna campaign from the basement? I mean, are we going to shut everything down for another pandemic? Oh, that doesn't look like it's going to happen. Oh, yeah, we've got mail-in ballots. That's certainly always in our favor. But if they are of the belief that they can run the same exact game plan and win again, I would say that is that's malpractice.
They're banking on abortion and democracy, bringing out the base no matter who the nominee is. It's irrelevant. The only way they're going to get Kamala Harris into that position, which is exactly what they want to do, is for Joe Biden to win a second term. He will then die or step down or something. He's not going to serve the entire 4 years.
Well, that's what I mentioned. I mentioned you run him through the election. And
zero chance.
And then in 2025, he steps aside and Kamala's in charge for 3.9 years.
Then we have her as president. The end.
My God.
I just looked into my crystal ball.
So that's what you're on record of saying that.
Yes.
Do they? But okay, so let's look at
I just got chills.
I know. I've actually got to go to the bathroom right now. It makes me nauseous. But let's think about it this way: are they dumb enough to believe that they
Take
could?
some Imodium.
Yes, that they could pull off the Kamala thing. Because here's why I asked that question: she's polling worse than he is.
Yeah, but she's the vice president, so he steps down or he dies or whatever happens in the second term, and she doesn't need to be elected. She just walks into the office. The end.
If you're if you're ranking your short people in the circus, I'll omit the M word because some people are bothered by that word these days. If you were looking at the shortest person in the circus, Gavin Newsom is the most and again, I still think DeSantis carved him up in that debate. We won't debate that again. But if you're sitting here saying, okay, well, what are our options? Joe's going to be potentially 85 years old when his second term was up. Kamala can't figure out what 3 + 3 is. Mm-hmm. Michelle's got no interest. And even though people have fled Gavin's state, taxes are insane. We've got drug tent camps in San Francisco. We've got a homeless epidemic in Los Angeles. Everything that Gavin Newsom has touched is an unmitigated disaster. He's running over Chinese kids on a basketball court. He's still technically, if we talk about optics and presentation, and Democrats just vote on really superficial things, he's the easiest one that you can brand, market, and package. You can't market Kamala because as soon as she starts talking, everybody's eyes glaze over with word salads. There was another word salad that was being circulated yesterday on social media, which was weird. Everybody started resharing it, and I clicked on the original source, and it was a video from 2022. Still hilarious, still one of her greatest word salads, but it wasn't anything new. At least with Gavin Newsom, you can say, well, he's got the look. He's got the presidential hair. Yeah, he's a little grovelly. The voice is a little weird. But then he's going to sit there and try to tout the economy in California and whatever victories that he has. There's no victories for Kamala. She's been reallocated 3 different times. She's been taken off of the border. She's been sent to artificial intelligence. I mean, there's not many other stops for her to make in this second term, in the final year of Joe Biden's 4 years. So I don't know what they do, but I think they have got to find a way. If I was a Democratic strategist, I'm on board with Douglas McKinnon. I'm like, you got to get Jill to crack the code here. Joe's got to walk away because to Hunter Biden's credit in one aspect, it's not going to cool off for the Bidens when we roll into January 2024.
Well, you heard, we played the clip of, what's her name, Jasmine Crockett from The Breakfast Club the other day. She was on that show, The Breakfast Club, and she said that they have deadlines, and his deadline is almost up. So, like, they're running out of time. So, like, what's the next? They just have to hope that he's incapacitated by the time, by the convention or something. I don't know.
Right.
Well, you bring up a great point. What if they, especially with obviously the impeachment inquiry, so what if they say, oh, he is incapacitated. Now you could have another Democrat go to the convention to compete with Kamala, right? To say, let me, be the choice. That and then if they don't want Kamala, that would be a pathway by which they could get somebody else they want. But who would that be?
Yep.
Because Lizzie, America's mother-in-law, is she in play again? I don't know. Would Hillary try to?
Oh my God.
No, she couldn't. She couldn't sell poop on a troop train. As Bill said.
Well, I don't know.
You like that one? I cleaned it up for the radio.
Thank
I didn't want you to die for the dump button.
But that's not what he said.
I know.
Okay.
I just I paraphrased.
Yeah, but it's not even in it's not even the same.
No, it's not.
He couldn't sell kitty cats.
Yeah.
On a troop train.
Yes.
Thank you, Don. Right?
Yes.
Kitty cats.
Yeah.
He couldn't sell what Hunter Biden writes off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It starts with a P.
In his ledger. 872,000.
And Bill
this.
Clinton's like, well, dang, I didn't know you could write that off.
I know.
Take a lot of Viagra
Can
to
you
perform
imagine?
like that.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
If that were the case and it comes down to the convention, then it's got to be Gavin Newsom. He was on Seth Meyers again last night. I
must have missed that.
I'm going to play it coming up at 9:45, but it's he's still out there. He's still making these tours. I don't know why.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there has to be a reason why he's doing this.
I know. The Democrats just can't go away. They're just lifers. They just stay in there in that swamp. Jonathan Turley pointing out the trifecta here for Biden, what's working against him: the age, the failed policies, and then the scandals. It's almost like you need a Venn diagram to kind of break down all the different intricacies of everything trending in the wrong direction for Joe Biden. So there you go. If you want to read the article, Will Jill Save the Democrats? It's at The Hill from Douglas McKinnon.
Yeah, I like the article because it's an interesting conversation, but I just think that she's the one who is keeping him there.
Yeah.
So to think that she, she has a lot of influence and a lot of sway in his life, of course.
Yeah.
But she doesn't want to leave from her cold, dead hands.
Yes.
Are you leaving that
let's be real.
White House?
The optics are never good when the last resort to save a man in his fledgling career is resorting to the wife, right? Like Gavin Newsom's wife allegedly threw the towel in on the debate on Gavin. Jill's going to come in and save Joe.
At 9:20.
Yeah. It'd be like Travis Kelce having a rough stretch and Taylor Swift says, you know what, maybe you should retire. Just saying.
7, 6, 5, 9:20.
There you go. Look at that. I timed it brilliantly. I'm just sitting here looking at the clock.
Perfect.
I am a clock marksman.
Not really.
Yeah, probably
921.
Nobody on the show is.
Yeah. And yet we still win.
tried.
It's
Yeah,
remarkable.
It's true.
All right, Kayal and company, as we continue, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's the kind of thing I would have done. Grace, cue it up.
Acid rain. Drug addiction. International terrorism. Freeway killers. Now, more than ever,
It is important to remember the true meaning of
Christmas. Don't miss Charles Dickens' immortal classic, Scrooge. Your life
It's
might
literally
be
in. Do we take any pride in our work?
Think
Oh
you
my
know what it
God!
is?
None.
Be calling 12 at 855
literally in the
1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Check our work, please, before
It's
we put it on the air
literally
and
in the
save
clip.
it.
It's literally in the clip.
I guess it's a Friday. Everybody's gonna
Oh
mail it
my
in.
God!
Wow. You know, this is what happens. Where's my Kennedy? This is what happens when you hire a bunch of
soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Yep. We got to stop hiring
soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
That's right. I need warriors on this show.
Oh, man.
I need alpha males, not
soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Thank you, JFK. Circa 1962.
Oh, God.
All right, well, if you can identify that clip, and I don't know how you couldn't, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Caller 10, you get a $50 gift card to Burger King, and you'll get that croissant sandwich, that breakfast sandwich, a little Simply orange juice, and then, you know, if you don't get your kids on the treadmill, you're going to have
soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
But you're going to have a $50 gift card to Burger King. And we'll find our winner when we come back. But hold your breath, because scientists are now telling us that breathing is bad for the planet. So try to hold your breath throughout the commercial break. If you survive, we'll give you the details after this.
You know, there's no greater time of the year to give back than the holiday season. And that's why my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are partnering with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive. Once again this year, you can visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms, and that's through today, December 15th, so you can donate a new toy. And your support, of course, will make the holidays a little bit brighter for a local child who is in need. Find the dealership near you, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Thank you. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and Happy Holidays.
Christmas in Cape May is even better with Rich Zioli.
It will be a Christmas miracle when you join the Zioli Show live in Cape May on December 15th.
Ho, ho, ho! Are you ready? Join Rich Zioli live from the Grand Hotel in Cape May this afternoon, 3 till 7. The Grand Hotel is at 1045 Beach Ave in Cape May. This afternoon, 3 till 7 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again. So I'm going to give you some advice because, you know, I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year. And that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious. Better than lingerie with a curved, caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for Naturally Nude pajamas. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at Pajamagram.com. Tell them Rich sent you.
In the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, get a head start on a career in exciting fields, including science, communications, engineering, and medicine. all while earning money for your education. This training will boost your eligibility for a high-paying and rewarding profession, and you can get it all while serving part-time in your community. To learn more about the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, visit nationalguard.com/PA and talk to a recruiter today. Paid for by the Pennsylvania Army National Guard.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
A long December, and there's reason to believe maybe this year will be better than the last.
9:28 Friday morning. Kayal and Company working our way towards the Dawn Show at 10 o'clock. We'll find out what she has on tap in about 25 minutes. Who on Twitter and YouTube today? What's on the cut sheet part 2. And also the latest story. By the way, it's okay to breathe again. Everybody can exhale now. You saved the climate for 7 minutes. Breathe. It'll be okay. Let's give our winner, Jillian in Richland Town, a Burger King gift card because she was able to identify that very, very difficult movie clip. Jillian, congratulations. You're our winner. What movie clip did we just give away for you?
Scrooge.
Say that one more time.
Scrooge.
Yes. That is correct. Congratulations, Jillian. $50 gift
Thank
card
you.
to Burger King. Thank you for playing and thank you for listening.
Thanks. My soft, chubby children, thank you as well.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
as
good one.
JFK would say.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
That's right. Boy, he would be canceled
love
today.
JFK.
My God, what a comment. I can't believe that was sitting out there for 6 decades, and I've been doing radio for 2, and I never even heard that as a sound drop. That would have been on my board years ago. And that was when I was doing sports.
Yeah, that would have been a great drop for sports.
Oh, if Bruno gets a hold of that one, he'll beat that one to death.
Yeah.
So
Kind of like we've done in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do? If we're giving away easy movie clips, I can play JFK. Those were the rules. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's get to a Dawn Stenzelin, the Big Three, right at the bottom of the hour here at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And our Big Three at 9 this morning, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat, Spa and Salon this morning. We are having a great sponsor and a great day weather-wise, I should say, because it's going to be mid-50s today and tomorrow and Sunday morning before that rain hits in, a lot of sunshine. So let's talk about it. Sinkhole. Crews right now working to fix that huge sinkhole that shut down part of a major highway in Montgomery County. This is Route 202's northbound lanes, Upper Marion. They're shut down to traffic right now between Henderson Road and Solon Boulevard. And the southbound lanes, by the way, are reduced to just one lane. This is a hot mess.
Mm-hmm.
You're being advised by police right now, avoid the area, because think about it. We're now leading into these heavy travel days and heavy shopping days, 10 days from Christmas, etc. The holiday season in full swing. So this sinkhole developed and is getting bigger by the minute, apparently. We don't have any time estimate on this. And think about its proximity to, of course, King of Prussia Mall.
Oh, my God.
Right?
It's just awful. You know what we should do, since that sinkhole is probably so massive and can fit all these people? Let's take the protesters from 76 yesterday,
come on.
and we'll drop them in the sinkhole.
Come on.
That's a sin.
It's the quickest way to fill it. I'm just looking at convenience for shoppers.
For one hole to another, is that it?
Yeah, pretty much.
We do have, boy. Oh, this is one of my favorite stories of the day. This is a lot happened in City Hall yesterday and City Council yesterday, but the City of Philadelphia will soon be required to create dedicated lactation spaces for city employees for people who breastfeed their children. Breastfeed their children.
Right, because men can breastfeed.
People.
This, it always comes back to an episode of Married with Children.
Here we go.
This is like the episode where all of a sudden the shoppers at Al's shoe store, Gary's shoes, they were breastfeeding in the store.
Did you watch anything other than that show growing up?
That's my personal business. I'll ask you to stay out of my affairs.
So here's
No,
the
actually, I
requirement. Here's the requirement officially passing fully yesterday. Here's what you have to have. You have to be equipped fully with electric outlets in case, they have the breast pump. And so you got to plug it in, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a table and a chair and nearby running water so you can wash things off, like your hands and as well as the breast, I guess,
Yeah.
and the machinery there to pump.
Let me ask you a question, Dawn.
Yes.
What would you say, what percentage of women today, just as an educated guess from a female, because I have no clue, what percentage of women today breastfeed versus bottle feed? What would you say the math is? I have no idea. I'm just legitimately thinking out loud, wondering.
In the world or in America?
In America.
Well, according to the Academy of Pediatrics, 83% of babies in the U.S. start out on breast milk.
Really?
But by 6 months, only 56% are breastfed.
Okay.
And so that's in part because women have to go to work. Pumping is a pain. And a lot of times you don't have anywhere to pump.
Yeah.
Dawn's kids were breastfed until 15.
Yes. My husband, Larry loves to say, like, Dawn breastfed him until they were like 6 feet tall. Like, Mom, where's lunch? Ha, ha, ha.
Sometimes it is hard to pump and it's easier to pound.
You want to pound it, you can. And then do like a dry rub. Please. It's really healthy for the baby. I just will say.
Some women can't.
And
just remember that.
Some women can't, but I will say, I'm going to say this.
Well, some women don't want to deal with the inconvenience, right?
Right. And also, it really depends on the hospitals or somebody who's like a role model who can walk you through it.
Mhm.
Because I've had women say, I can't do it. I'm like, let me sit with you and work with you.
Right.
Yes, you can. You actually can, but it should never be a situation. I just have to say this.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody should be guilted because they're going to eat.
Right.
They're going to take the bottle. They're going to take the boob.
Well, you're on fire with those drumsticks.
My brain is all the synapses are going to my brain today. I'm like the opposite of Joe.
But if I can myth bust, I'm just going to say that stop with the nipple confusion. There's no nipple confusion. Whether they're a hungry baby, they're going to take the boob, they're going to take the bottle.
Right.
So don't worry about just don't believe all the myths.
Okay.
Just do what you got to do.
The hospital that my son was born at, they were like militant about.
See, that makes you nervous.
Yeah, it does.
That right there, if somebody's militant, it only makes you more nervous.
Yep. Right. Yeah.
And it's like stressful, and you just had a baby, and you need somebody kind and loving who can say, don't worry, we've got you. If you want, we'll sit with you. And you need calm, like Zen.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who's maybe had a few gummies is teaching you.
Right.
That's the ultimate teacher.
There you go.
Right?
The opposite of me.
Did you know that it's? I was looking for number 3, and I was going to go with the Fed but I'm going to go with National Cupcake Day.
Well, they didn't raise the interest rate, right?
No, they didn't. And the good news is, and I know we'll talk a lot about, some Piazza Mazda offering like 0% interest, which is like a huge deal.
That's
Wow.
correct.
Really?
Huge.
Yeah.
This is huge.
On multiple brands.
Yes. And the reason they're doing this is because
I need a new car.
I know. We're looking toward, so the Fed held steady, but things are, cross your fingers, say a prayer, light a candle, looking really good. Hopefully Biden can't screw it up.
Right.
But everything's looking in the right direction. So there's a prediction that the Fed is looking to drastically lower these rates moving into early 2024.
Oh.
It's really good news.
Well, what a concept.
On this national so have a cupcake to celebrate it because it's National Cupcake Day.
Yeah.
Thought I would just mention that.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm not a
With the
cupcake.
frosting.
I'm not a fan of cupcakes.
Yeah.
Me neither.
I will admit to you, I like the frosting. So again, just it's okay. Just you can lick the frosting, bite the frosting. You don't have to eat the whole cake.
Right. Because we don't want to have
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Right. Yeah, I'm more pro donut and pro pie than I am cake or cupcake. I'm not a big cake and ice cream kind of guy.
I'm not a sweets guy at all. I don't like them.
I'm a sucker for you ever gone to, I guess more people than just Giant do it in the bakery, the glazed croissant or the croissant donut? Oh, my God, I'm such a sucker.
Really?
I could eat
You
like
love
3
that?
or 4. Oh, I put myself into a diabetic coma. I'm not diabetic, but I probably could.
I'm just lucky. I really like dark chocolate, and that's my thing. Dark chocolate.
I've heard.
Same with red wine.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So if I liked all sweets, I'd be in trouble. Or all, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm doing my staff holiday shopping. This
You
week.
are?
Yeah, so
Well, here's the thing. Here's the gift that we hope that you give.
Look at
Either
you.
donate or come along and be with us, celebrate with us as we're all going to, Kayal and Company, we're going to be there. The 4th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party taking place today, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., 2nd Street, right in between Market and Chestnut Streets. And this is an old city. So the Plow and the Stars, Sassafras, Brownie's Irish Pub, Nick's Bar and Grill, Bootleggers, Rotten Ralph's, the Mummer String Bands are going to be there. I mean, it's going to be so much fun. We're going to be there, and this all is a nonprofit that is supporting our officers. We're going to back the badge, those officers critically injured or killed, serving us, protecting and serving us. So please, please, really do this. I want you to do this. It's going to be beautiful.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
And we'll be at we're starting at what, Nick's Bar and
Nick's at
Grill?
5.
Nick's at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, party starts at 4. Stalker and I at 5, and then we know Dawn will be when she gets there.
Poor Dawn, she's
She's
being put
I'm
upon.
going to let them say.
She'll probably be there at 4:15 now.
I'm not ever
waiting for
triggered.
us.
I
Well,
don't care.
Dorenzo said he's going to be there at 4 o'clock.
Anthony is?
He
Is he
did.
bringing Mary?
I don't know.
He's got to bring Mary.
I was just hoping he'd bring his pop.
So there's a $20 suggested donation, which we hope you do, and a lot of drink specials, but also there's a $150 VIP ticket.
Yeah. By the way, Phil Almquist, our associate
Yeah.
producer, he can't go, but he already gave me the money
Phil.
for it, which is
You're
super
such a
nice.
sweetheart.
Yeah, Phil's got to get to the Jets game on Sunday.
I pocketed that, and I'll no, I'm just.
And
kidding.
by the way, not for nothing, it's the end of the year. This is a great time to donate
you know what?
to nonprofits like this.
Yep.
You can write it off on your 2023 taxes.
Right here's the 1210 WPHT grammar jar that I have not donated to in 13 months, even though I've probably got about 42,000 donations to make.
Just today.
We should empty this out and bring this down for tonight. They're taking donations, right?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We should bring this down tonight.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dorenzo, you're the last one here at 12, so bring this jar with you.
Okay.
Please. And Greg Stalker, if we hope that you can make it, but Greg, where can people go to donate if they want to donate?
GregStalkerSucks.com. Do you have a do you
I have a sponsor.
No.
What?
You have an issue saying that, don't you? GregStalkerSucks.com.
Because you don't. Because Greg doesn't.
No, I love it.
No, he does.
I'm going to start a site.
it's a
Greg
I
was
Stalker
at-
doesn't suck.
I was at Artifact Brewing Company
not.
in Hatboro
Yeah.
a couple months ago, and I'm standing in line, and all of a sudden I hear GregStalkerSucks.com. I'm like, oh, that is amazing. That is amazing.
That's
my
branding,
wife,
baby.
My wife was like, what the hell is that? And I'm
Yep.
like, it's a radio thing. You wouldn't understand. Sorry.
Okay.
All right.
So we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon.
By the way, this is
secret-
still the big three. For those that lost track.
It's going to last until like noon today. We'll just, or no, we have Melania, by the way, speaking at 10 a.m.
10 o'clock, yeah.
For what?
She's helping with people are becoming citizens, and so it's a naturalization ceremony.
Can she talk about kids, Nick?
Melania.
Can she talk about kids? Missing the
okay.
I'm missing the punchline.
Sparky
here.
over there. All right, he needs a. You know what? It's been a long week, and Nick, like many of you, like many of us, needs a spa day at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Really, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. Seriously, this is wonderful, and it is the gift of luxury and feeling good. They're in Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City, Lowe's Hotel. Just visit in person or always online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available, josephanthony.com. Kayal and Company, Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:41, let's get right to it. It's time for Greg Stocker's What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Kevin Breslin, you're right. You're just right. I'm like, you're right. I said it way too much in that last segment. Sorry, Kevin. But thank you for calling me out. I appreciate it.
We got all this audience misses nothing.
Nothing. Kevin,
like vultures.
Kevin, you win YouTube just for that, for calling me out on that. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 is sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today. Consumercellular.com, consumercellular.com. Thank you for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Yes, Gavin Newsom was on with Seth Meyers last night, and they were discussing about the criticism over San Francisco and how it's like a hellhole.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Newsom dismisses San Francisco criticism as a conservative doom loop.
Doom loop.
Doom loop.
Yeah, it sounds sinister, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like a very elaborate way for saying that's misinformation.
Conservative doom loop. Here was Gavin Newsom last night. Go.
You know, one of the things Ron DeSantis, he tried to, of course, he tried to hang the city of San Francisco on you. That's the city you were the mayor of for many years. Yes. Now it is obviously a major city in a state you're the governor of. San Francisco, a lot of big cities are having the problems of San Francisco, but it does feel like, Republicans, conservatives, they try to make that the avatar for what's wrong with Democratic policies. What is it about San Francisco? And also, those are very real problems that San Francisco has. Yeah. How do you even start to address them?
Well, I mean, first you own the issues, and then you start to address the issues. But look, they've been on a doom loop about San Francisco ever since Nancy Pelosi became Speaker. Yeah. I mean, remember, California is Nancy Pelosi, is the Speaker of San Francisco. You got Kamala Harris, who was a former senator from California. California has outperformed the American economy. It's the tentpole of the American recovery. 27% of all American jobs came from the state just last month. It's the fifth largest economy in the world. And its values are a stark contrast. The difference is daylight and darkness between the Republican Party. So for Fox, One American News, that thing Newsmax you were referencing earlier, they have to focus on our failures in order for them to be right. And so we're used to it out there, and yet we still maintain our resiliency. And I'll tell you, San Francisco is a special place. It is a unique and special place, incredibly resilient and vibrant, and I'm very proud of it. And, I'm defensive about it, as we are here in New York and other places. I'm driving around New York. Are you kidding? This place during the holidays? There's anything else like it in the world. Yeah. It's beautiful. So don't believe all that negativity out there.
That said, so I do.
No, don't believe all the negativity. Everything is full circle on this show, so we'll go back to the big take this morning where I mentioned how two pro sports teams, the Wizards and Capitals, both leaving Washington, D.C. for Alexandria, Virginia. And so what does Washington, D.C., New York City, San Francisco, Philly, Seattle, Portland, L.A., what do they all have in common? Progressive policies that don't work. So Gavin Newsom can sit there and tout, we have the fifth biggest, largest economy in the world, and that might be true, but the last time I checked, your state's unlivable and unaffordable. What's the minimum wage now in San Francisco? Is it California, 17 an hour?
I don't know.
16.80 an hour or something like that? And they could fix it too, by the way. We saw they cleaned it up real quick for her when G came in. You ever notice too how quickly they can sanitize anything they want? So they cleaned up San Francisco.
Yep.
When the Super Bowl came to Los Angeles 2 years ago, they got rid of all the homeless along that new SoFi Arena in L.A., And at the southern border, remember when they came down to examine the border and they wiped out the homeless in, is it Eagle Pass or El Paso?
Yes.
Democrats can clean up anything they want in about 6 hours if an indignitary is coming.
And on the YouTube chat brings up a very good point. They have to focus on, he said, they have to focus on our failures for them to be right. He just proved the point of Republicans. That's true. By him saying that it's a failure, he just admitted that it's a failure. Right?
Well, why would you not point out the failures if you're on the other side? And I said this too. You know, look, San Francisco used to be a beautiful city. I mean, the Golden Gate Bridge, the little hills with the trolleys. Like it used to have a lot of charm. But now, I mean, you got people pooping on sidewalks.
One more, and then we should break. Seth Meyers pressing Newsom on the San Francisco homeless problem. He's saying you can't blame conservatives on this. Ready, go.
So I do want to say, because you have said you own the issues as well, right? So I was recently in San Francisco. Great meals, wonderful time, and then also there's streets you walk down where you're like, oh, this is a bad scene. Obviously, a lot of money has been spent on the homeless problem, and I think that's great, and that's compassionate, but money only does so much. It does seem like, and I think you agree with this, that the issue is there aren't enough homes, and you're up against zoning, and zoning is often not, you can't blame it on conservatives. This is often your own liberal support base that don't want, NIMBYism. Everybody agrees that we should have homes for these people, but they don't want it in their neighborhoods or to block their view. How do you even go about that?
I'm suing cities. I threatened to sue my old city, San Francisco. And in fact, we did a big audit, and now they are conforming to state law for the first time and finally addressing the housing crisis. The original sin in California, affordability, in all its forms and manifestations, none more acute than the issues you see on the streets and sidewalks. Decades and decades this has unfolded. And I'll say this, and I'm very humble about this because I'm not naive about the challenges. I'm the first governor to take on the issue statewide. The issue of homelessness mostly is a local issue. It's a county and city issue. It's overwhelmed the cities and the counties. So the state has asserted itself, and we've done it on the issue of our time that I think is really the unity issue. And that's on the issue of behavioral health and mental health reform. And we are advancing the most significant mental health reforms in this nation. And I'm very proud of that. In California, directionally, 68,000 people off the streets since I've been governor. 68,000. 6,000 encampments we've cleaned up. We're moving now in the right direction.
Good to hear.
Meanwhile, they have open-air drug camps, which is remarkable. You talk about behavioral health. Yeah, don't get these people in jail. Don't get them in treatment facilities. Provide them more drugs on the street. That's a great solution. By the way, he would never qualify as Gavin on SNL because he's too high-pitched and Gavin's too gravelly. But just watching, if you look at that side-by-side there, they got the same thing going on with their hair. Did you notice that?
I do.
Seth Meyers could pull off a Gavin Newsom on SNL if he was still on that show.
He could.
There you go. Yep. All right, that'll do it.
He would never, because obviously he adores him, so he would never try and beat him.
Right? Yeah, well, you would never want to spoof a Democrat on SNL. You
Yeah.
can't do that. You only do Elise Stefanik. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. We'll come back and find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who on Twitter and YouTube today on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding. I love the Chapman family team. I love the work they've done in my home, whether it's new patio doors, replacing a wall of windows. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. What you may not realize or think of right away about Chapman is that they do siding and stucco remediation. In fact, they are experts in stucco remediation. I would trust nobody else with this important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman, and I want you to think James Hardy plank or James Hardy vinyl siding. It's beautiful. I mean, it's really stunning. Will add instant value to your home. Obviously, you're going to love it because it's beautiful, but then it's going to boost the curb appeal as well. Right now is a great time. Get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. So if you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, stucco remediation, hardware, just give them a call. You can text them. They're listening right now, 610-431-8898. So it's 610-431-8898. Give them a text. like-minded, great people. You can visit them online, take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com for all the details. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. LEDs last years longer than regular lights, which means less electronic waste over time. Also, LED Christmas lights are far more energy efficient, wasting less energy as heat, which means a smaller electric bill. And be sure to recycle old Christmas lights at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Here's how to give her the best holiday gift by Pajamagram. Soft and silky, naturally nude pajamas are luxurious with a next to nothing feel. Better than lingerie, designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild, guys. Right now, when you shop naturally nude pajamas, you're going to get a free naturally nude nightie. That's $75 of savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 gift you both are guaranteed to love. If you're ready to win the holidays, do it right now before it sells out. They sell it every year. Head to pajamagram.com and shop naturally nude.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill and Mike, Barkley. There's a whole new musical element to it. He performs with the City Rhythm Orchestra. So if you get an opportunity, get out and see the new Joe Conklin show.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. The holiday season is upon us, and I want you to think about getting yourself a gift this year. That's right. Give yourself the gift of a gorgeous smile. Come on, you deserve it. Book an appointment today with my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years, and as you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Veneria. The level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Veneria today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family, and you deserve a beautiful smile. Come on, the smile says so much to the world. You won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you, Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 9:54, Friday morning. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We will find out who on Twitter and YouTube today in just one moment. But first, we find out what Dawn has lined up at the top of the hour.
Yeah, we have a lot going on. So at some point, we'll take live or play it right back with Melania Trump, some of her highlights as she's speaking, not about the Donald, but speaking at this naturalization ceremony. So why is she doing that? How did that all come about? And she's speaking this morning. Coming up at 10:05, after we update you with what's happening locally, nationally, there's so much going on. We're going to talk to Guy Shiraki about what's going on in Pennsylvania politics, the latest fallout at UPenn and Ivy League colleges. But it's not just about UPenn. It's actually community colleges, universities, and local schools. So we'll follow that. We'll follow with him with help from Guy in his latest piece. What's really going on in Pennsylvania's education? And then the latest, because we finally, 5 months later, signed a budget. Coming up at 11:30, our friend, retired Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, National Police Association. So we love to chat with Betsy. She has a great perspective. And, of course, we'll, again, be promoting our great event. Why seriously, events like today?
Mm-hmm.
Why a nonprofit has to help out, especially during the holiday season? Why is it that we have to have so many nonprofits to support the widows and the orphans, if you will, of fallen police officers?
Should also get her thoughts on Pennsylvania lowering those physical fitness standards for sure.
Yep.
All right, Dawn Show coming up in about 4 minutes. Greg Stocker, who won Twitter today?
Who won Twitter?
To Twitter, I'm giving to the non-binary, fully semi-auto assault pistol.
That's a handle.
He writes, Phil Murphy is behaving like he wants to be noticed and given a shot. Gavin Newsom is behaving like he was given a heads up to be ready, which I think is very interesting.
Okay.
And then as far as
who won
YouTube, I'm going to give it to Jay Kovach 13. He says for San Francisco, you welcome the smell of pot to overtake the smell of poop in San Francisco.
Pot over poop, I agree.
That should be their new slogan. Pot over poop in San Francisco.
Last second poll question, pot or poop at 1210 WPHT in the YouTube chat if you'd like to vote. So there you go. All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next.
2 minutes.
We will see you guys this evening if you head on down to Nick's Roast Beef Bar and Grill around 4, 5, 5:30, somewhere between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. And we will reconvene Monday morning at 6 a.m. And by the way, for all the parents out there, just remember.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
It's a sin.
None of them.
Wesley Financial Group